All right, everybody, welcome into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, the hardest working man in sports radio here on our Sunday morning / afternoon tradition that has continued on into 14 years on the Couch Potato Sports Show at the end of the 2023 / 24 NFL season. It will be a total of 15 years. We have been going long and going strong, taking a few breaks here and there to get us, make sure we're set. And we did that a month before this, before last week. We took a month, got ready, started off with the NFC and AFC East. And boy, oh boy, guys, it was kind of funny. We were doing the show, okay? And before we knew it, we're on air for 4 hours. Cuervo, Trey Mack joined us as well, but 4 hours, and then I just pretty much kicked it out because I didn't want Cuervo. Cuervo had some things that he needed to get done. So I was like, Cuervo, you need to go. Got to get your stuff done. Got to make sure that, everything is good at home. So we kicked him out, basically, and stopped the show. We could have kept going. Because that's what happens here upon this show. We start talking about a pretty good subject, okay? Whether it be football, basketball, whatever the case may be, and we can roll with it. And we dissect all the problems or all the greatness of whatever happened. And before we know it, we have been on air forever. Now, today's situation is just a little bit different, however, because I'm not sure. Cuervo has got some things that he's going to do. He's going to be listening. We're going to be trying to grab up his comments if and when he throws them on there and get, to talk about it. But today, before we get in today, I got a special announcement because next week, guys, we're bringing in the one, the only, former Jacksonville Jaguar linebacker, my good buddy, number 55, Mr. Tom McManus is going to be joining us. He's going to be previewing the Jacksonville Jaguars with us. And maybe, I don't know how much time he has, but maybe we'll definitely find out what he thinks about the AFC South when we're covering the AFC and NFC North next week. And guys, when we bring in Tom McManus, especially, this is a guy that has been going day to day to the training camp, watching what's going on. Former Jacksonville Jaguar, they let him in, and obviously media personality. Now, that also being said, what I'm going to do next year sometime, it'll be after football season, as far as the NFL is concerned, but sometime during indoor football season, depending on if the Jacksonville Sharks will be there, I'm going to be going down there, catching a Jacksonville Sharks game, and I'm just going to start naming it Hanging with Tommy Mack. And we're going to be doing that next year, and I'm really excited about that because, this is a guy, by the way, just to kind of pump it up. It's a guy that gets up in the morning, goes out and kills it, okay, and as far as working out if and when he gets time. Then he is on, whether it's doing the podcast on Tuesday and Friday, catching up with Tommy Mack, which, by the way, great show. Catch it. You can get it over there on his Facebook page. You can learn a lot with Tommy Mack. Then, guys, he does so many other media things that he has to do during the week, and one of them being the Horse's Mouth. That's a local programming where they look at local businesses and stuff like that. But he brings those in, does that show, but that's here and there and everywhere else. So, it's one day in the studio. Sometimes he's on remote or whatever the case may be, and we don't even know what's outside. But so not only that, this guy, he's in a band, and I'm hoping I'm out there when he has a gig because I want to see Tom McManus live on stage with the Dad Bods. That's the name of his band, local covering music and stuff like that. So it's really, really cool. So we get that. So I am looking forward with Hanging with Tommy Mack So it should be interesting. Get a good sight of a guy who formerly played in the NFL with, of course, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Of course, I'll be taking my Tommy Mac jersey that is now becoming a little bit big. But I don't care. Love the jersey, and I will be wearing that next week. So exciting stuff there to start off, next week. So I'm not sure what time he's going to get on. We're going to set that. We're on from 12 to 3. During the week, we'll find out what his schedule is and when he will be in, but he will be in talking AFC South and, of course, the Jacksonville Jaguars, which, depending on who you believe, they should win this division, probably fighting it out with the Tennessee Titans. I don't know, Colts, Houston, I don't know. So we'll be talking about that next week. Now, that being said, of course, that's the name of this show. Catch us from 9 to noon starting week number 1. Okay. Last week was our premiere, and we're just doing this at this time because our off season is usually 12 to 3. But when it hits week number 1, we'll be on 9 to noon. We'll be talking about all the games that are slated and what is going to happen during that, time. Okay. And talk about all the games except for Thursday night. Obviously, Thursday night is a time when we won't have that, but we'll have our picks. By the way, guys, this is something, that if you want to get involved with, I want to give you fair warning before you say yes, okay? Because I'll repeat it. I do not want people who are in last place, like I was last year for quite some time. I worked my way up to 7th, I think it was. But I moved out of the basement and ended up in 7th. That being said, I don't want people to give up. Now, here's the rule, and I'm setting it down. You miss 2 weeks of picks, you're done. We're going to kick you on out and be done with it. Because, if you miss 2 weeks with no picks, there's no way you're going to win or even have a good showing. So after 2 weeks, if you miss 1 week, maybe you can make up for it. I don't know. But after 2 weeks, no picks, we will just boot you out. So if and when you decide that you want to be part of the Couch Potato Sports Show Bragging Rights Pick'em game, let me know. Send me an email directly into Facebook, and I will send you out the invite so you can get in there and knock it out. But take a look at what we got going on this year. That's right. It's the Bragging Rights Pick'em game. Get involved here, and we're going to have a trophy. And I've talked to Tarvin. We're in the process of getting the one last year. We might have to go a different direction, but we're going to get him a trophy. He is the 2-time, not the 1-time. He is the 2-time. At least he didn't LeBron James us, unless he's going to come back and say LeBron, not 1, not 2, but 3. But who is going to dethrone one Brian Tarvin, this season in the Pick'ems? This guy's always been on. He might start off slow, but where he kicks it is after he sees what's going on. And I hate it when I pick against Brian Tarvin because it makes me kind of wonder what I missed. I kind of miss everything. But that being said, today's show, AFC NFC North. We're going to listen. I've really been looking at this division of football. Number one, it's Cuervo's division of football. So I want to make sure that I'm ready for the NFC North. Okay. There's a lot of moving parts in the NFC North, where or who will end up winning this division. Of course, we're going to talk about that today. And also, say whatever you want in reality about certain divisions of football. But what I'm going to tell you is that the NFC North, the AFC North, if you look at what this division of football is all about, it's probably the most competitive division of football. And I don't know, will that be different this year? Or will it be the same? Because depending on where you're reading, what you're reading, who you depend on, this guy and that guy being added or lost from the team, seems like all the teams got better in the offseason. So the AFC North, I think, is going to win with basically the defensive side of the ball, which historically, if you look at the AFC North, it really is that way. That is what it is. It's the prestige of the defense, whether it's Chuck Noll from the Pittsburgh Steelers, running that team. Bill Cowher running that team. How about Ray Lewis with Jim Harbaugh? I mean, low-scoring battles. And by the way, what happens when it starts snowing or raining or sleeting? Because someone mentioned that, I forget who it was, but the AFC North, if you look at the teams, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and it's Cincinnati. Who am I missing? Got the Steelers. I'm missing somebody. Oh, the Ravens. All outdoor stadiums. Oh, it was Mr. Trey Mack. Trey Mack mentioned that. All open stadiums, no enclosed stadiums. So how's the weather going to affect the AFC North? Think about it. So 2023, I don't think is going to be any different than what we've ever expected, except who may be winning the division, how they're going to win the division. Will the road to the Super Bowl go through this division of football? But the AFC, listen, the North is going to be there. I mean, is it going to, or is it going to be the AFC West with Kansas City? This all depends on what happens this season as far as that division of football is concerned. And it's always been that tough part of the season. And it's always been one of the toughest divisions to figure out who's going to win, why, and all that good stuff. So that's what we're checking out here today. Now, that being said, a little bit different format that's going to happen is we're going to take a quick break here early. But when we come back, guys, I'm going to bring on the Eagle Eye Bill Serna as he is doing his 30 and 30. And if you don't know what that is, 30 days, 30 baseball games to 30 stadiums, different stadiums. So he's visiting all the stadiums. So folks, this is a really interesting setup, and it's my guy, the guy who sits next to me as we do the Saxony Mustang football games. He's going to miss the first game because of this, but we'll let him off the hook because what he is really doing is kind of historic. Guys getting media appearances all over. He even came up on our show, and we won him, obviously, because of who he is to the show, and number two, of what he is actually doing. Guys, I'm telling you right now, there's not too many people that do it better than Bill Serna. So when we come back here early on in the Couch Potato Sports Show, we're going to bring on the guy, the myth, the one, the only, Mr. Bill Serna, as he talks about his 30 and 30. And then we will get with the AFC and NFC North. I said 12:30 for some of the guys that are coming in. It'll be a little bit later because we will take this quick break. And then it's going to be about 20-minute visit with the Eagle Eye Bill Serna. So when we come back, we'll do that here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. And that being said, we'll be right back.
At Wesson General Contracting Incorporated, we're your one-stop shop for all your general contracting needs. We are locally owned and with over 20 years of experience, so roofing, gutters, sidings, fence staining, painting, foundation problems, or roof damage are no problems at all. Give us a call at 214-200-5588. That's 214-200-5588. Wesson General Contractors.
The prospect of retirement can be exciting and scary at the same time. At Nest Egg Wealth Advisors, we have found many people either approaching or currently in retirement fail to truly maximize some of the benefits offered to them, primarily Social Security. What is it? How does it work? It's simply not a benefit that you start receiving at age 62. Because these decisions are so important, my firm has assembled an informational packet on Social Security. If you would like a complimentary copy of Social Security Maximization, please give our office a call today at 972-412-6064 or visit us on the web at nesteggadvice.com. At the Jerry Bullet Training Center, we are a motivated team of coaches with the mindset of helping you achieve and reach your highest goals. Having developed and trained over 100 Division I athletes as well as Division II athletes, even professional athletes, the Bullet team definitely has the knowledge and mindset to take you to the next level. Check out our new 22,000 square foot facility and 3,000 square foot weight room, along with 4,500 square feet of outdoor turf and covered training area, along with football and soccer field. Contact Melvin Bullitt at 214-326-7853 or visit their facility just outside of Waterview at 8900 Princeton Road in Rowlett.
Being taken for a ride? Check out Casso Insurance, serving Texans since 1981. Bundle your home, auto, or business insurance and save a ton. Casso Insurance on the corner of Main Street and Rowlett Road, where we make insurance fun. Or check us out on the web at CassoInsurance.com, where we always have the coffee pot on. Yeah, but is it fresh?
There is nothing that beats good home-cooked barbecue. Since 1941, Dickey's Barbecue has done all the cooking and you take all the credit. Come see us today at our Rowlett location, 5701 President George Bush Turnpike, Suite 110 in the Target Shopping Center. Whether you want to eat in or take it home, we will fix you up. For lip-smacking, rib-tickling, knee-slapping, foot-stomping, great-tasting barbecue, come see us at Dickey's Barbecue today.
Here at Fit Body Boot Camp, located in Saxe, the solution is here. Fast, long-lasting weight loss results and the healthy lifestyle you need to keep them. The key to your fat loss success is our signature afterburn workouts, as well as support and motivation from our world-class coaches, and an easy-to-follow nutrition program to help you keep the fat off. Visit your local Fit Body Boot Camp in Saxe today to see the difference for yourself, or give us a call at 214-463-3005. That's 214-463-3005. Fit Body Boot Camp, Saxe. Saxe Ice House is a non-smoking craft beer and beer pub located in the heart of Saxe. The Ice House was opened to provide a friendly, clean, and female-friendly environment. Saxe was lacking a place for service industry, date nights, and girls' nights, as well as happy hours. Excellent service and top-notch food are our priority. On Tuesday, we offer 79-cent wings, as well as half-price burgers on Mondays. So check us out at the Ice House, located at 6501 Highway 78 in Saxe, or give us a call at 469-304-1550, or check us out on the web at SaxeIcehouse.com. Go Mustangs! Ever want to know why Bill and I look so great on our broadcast? Check out K West Designs on Facebook to find out why. Check out all the samples that Kelly has up so you can see, especially if you have a special occasion that needs something original or design or something that says, this is our moment. Check out K West Designs on Facebook or give Kelly a call at 469-601-5856. That's 469-601-5856. K West Designs. Rich's Performance Muffler and Auto Care has provided complete auto repair services to the Wiley area since 2003. Whether it's alignments, brakes, air conditioning, muffler service, suspension, front-end auto services, or in my case, a Cadillac converter, Rich does it all. Stop by and see him at 603 Commerce Street, Suite 203 in Wiley, or give him a call at 972-461-0776. That's 972-461-0776. You'll be happy you called Rich instead of anybody else.
But had the opportunity here to bring on, we're going to just take a little curveball So good sometimes. Sometimes I just wonder how good can they. So I'm going to throw a little curveball and bring in a guy who is usually at the right hand side. He's going to miss my first damn game of calling Saxy Mustang football. But that being said, we're going to bring him on anyway. We bring on Mr. Bill Serna. How you doing, Bill? Good to see you, my friend.
Hey, what a segue, man. Throw a curveball. And people might not know why, but they are going to in just a moment here.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, I know about it. I've been watching you every single day. Some people say you're just a little green, Sonny. I'm not green. I would not do this because I wouldn't have the patience. But 30 and 30, you're so going to 30 ballparks in 30 days. Couple of curveballs coming at you. I mean, I guess someone, you did a doubleheader in one day.
Yeah, but that was planned.
That was a big one. Talk a little bit about that because that is, that's some timing. I mean, reality, afternoon game, evening game. There you go. Talk about the doubleheader.
Well, and that was actually planned because when I put this schedule together, I tried, logistically, I had to put this together. So that was actually planned to do a doubleheader in that day, and it was the Chicago Cubs. At 1 p.m., they played the Atlanta Braves, and then I had to go to Milwaukee and watch as they played the Pirates. And that was a 7 o'clock game. So, people were really concerned about, am I going to make the time? And am I going to get there? I actually got there early enough that I was able to check into my hotel room before I went to the stadium. So,
oh, wow.
It worked out really well. So, for a few days, I was actually ahead of day until today. Today is actually a day off where I didn't go to a game. I had planned on making it was a long journey from Toronto to Boston, where I'm at right now. And so I thought, okay, that's a perfect day for a travel day. Really, I could have gone to the Boston game today because I was in Boston by 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we were setting up this and you were already there. I'd fallen asleep, so I kind of miss what you were doing. But, okay, but going on the way, so folks, he is Bill Serna. He's doing the 30 and 30 stadiums in 30 days. And talk about your cause a little bit, because this is getting big because I'm watching you every day. I'm seeing all the things you're posting. You're on almost every newscast. I mean, so it's a good thing that you're looking pretty good. So your camera, you're looking pretty good on the camera. So talk a little bit about Can't Hope, what you're doing as far as that is concerned. Keep people abreast of that whole situation as well.
Well, and I started this for the PTSD Foundation and Camp Hope. That was a whole purpose of this. Obviously, the 30 stadium in 30 days was a lifelong dream. So many people I've talked to on this trip was, their lifetime dream to do it in their lifetime. Where here I'm doing it in 30 days. But when I decide to do this, the PTSD Foundation really came into this because, like I've told people, my father and my grandfather, they were both in the military. I wasn't. So this, they serve for me. This is an opportunity that I get to serve for them in a little bit and help them where they need it. Get some support to these veterans that might need it. And what I'm learning as I do this trip and I talk to people in every stadium that I go to is that everybody knows somebody that is a veteran, has PTSD. They might not know where to go or what the resources are out there for them. This is the whole object of this trip.
Yeah, and you've been getting out there with the local news broadcasts. I've seen those, which have been really cool, up on the board in the games. That's kind of neat. How is all that coming along? I know you're raising funds and things of this sort. Where are you at as far as that? I know you got a goal. I don't know if I heard it and I was like, man, I don't know if this is obtainable. I hope it is for your sake. How's that going along for you?
You know what? I don't know the numbers because I'm just on the go. So all donations go straight to the PTSD Foundation. So it's not like I'm the middleman. It goes to me and then I pass it on. It goes straight to them. So we are able to keep track of what we're getting into the PTSD Foundation. I don't know. But we are also selling shirts that I've already run out of shirts that I've had in hand because we've been selling them. And those proceeds are also going to the PTSD Foundation. So, I started with a lofty goal of 100,000. I don't think I'm going to be able to get that, but here's the deal. If I can make money and I can affect that one person, which in Chicago with the White Sox, I made an impact on that one family, that one gentleman that said, look, my best friend is struggling bad with PTSD. Right there and then I was able to get him all the information he needed. He was going to utilize it. And then he stopped right in the middle of all that and donated to the PTSD Foundation. My success already because I was able to affect that one person. I just keep going now and keep seeing how many more people I can help.
It's almost like when we do the play-by-play for the football, and just hearing the fact that one person got to hear their son play, it really does. It does something to you inside, because even though it's only one person, it's meaningful. But believe me, you're getting out to a lot of people, more than just one. So what you're doing now. That being said, I just saw detained at the border. I know he says that you're going to explain it. So I'm for all those that are listening now. You're getting the sneak peek on probably what he's going to post. What happened at the border?
Well, I was going into Canada, and first things first, I'll tell you what happened, and then I'll tell you what some people told me there at the stadium about the border. A single guy going into Canada just for a few hours, back
okay, use your imagination, right?
Yes. In a rental car that was rented in Detroit and going to be dropped off in Atlanta in a black Charger, bringing nothing with me at all. It caused some red flags. So they did a search. They asked a quite amount of questions. And then they let me on my way about 20 minutes later. Now, when I got to the stadium, I was telling fans about this. They said, well, it's a hot button for a single person to come into Canada from the U.S. And that's already a red alert when that does happen. So that's what happened. Coming back in, they were glad to see me.
Yeah, I guess get rid of you. Yeah, let's push this guy through.
Yeah.
But now you're going to Fenway tomorrow. This is one of those storied stadiums. Whether you go back to the days where the home run, that you see the replay on and everything, the big green monster, everything that's out there, and you get the opportunity to see it. I don't know if you've been there or not, but more on the side, this is a good stop based upon just the historical, moments that have happened in baseball in that stadium.
Absolutely. It's the number one oldest stadium in baseball right now, which is crazy.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's the number one oldest stadium. Then behind that's Wrigley. Third, the shocking one is the third oldest is Dodger Stadium. But you're absolutely right. I've been here a couple times. It's kind of weird coming to see them, see the Red Sox and them being last place. That's a first in a long, long time. But absolutely, there's such a environment and excitement that happens in the stadium, no matter what place they're in. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great game. It's against Detroit, and it's a noon game. So I'm going to get some sunshine and enjoy the nice weather.
Yeah, and that means, okay, since it's a noon game, game's over. Talk a little bit about what's happening next for Bill. I mean, really, it's not just hop in the car. There's a lot of stuff that you got to do in order to get to that point. What happens for Bill after he's done with this game?
Well, because my next game is in New York the next day. They're very close to each other, only 3 hours apart. So
nice.
It's actually some downtime for me. I actually am going to stay here in Boston for another night. I have a guest suite here. I know we've talked in previous interviews that my company, Graystar Management Services, has properties all over the nation, and they've been donating their guest suites for me. So I'm going to stay an extra night here, get up first thing Monday morning and head to New York.
Gosh, so you get the nice suite, you get ready, and you get showered and ready to roll, and it's only 3 hours, so you literally can putz around in New York before you even head over there. Now, this is just me. Parking is amazing. I mean, so I know there's a lot of other things that are involved with this. I mean, you got the rental car, you got to park it. I mean, in New York, so there's I hear the horror stories about parking. Have you checked out what you got to do as far as parking in New York?
You know what? I'm going to the Mets game on Monday in New York. They're in Queens. Citi Field is easier to park at than going to Yankee Stadium.
Got it.
We have some big parking areas there at Citi Field. So I don't worry about parking there, but I probably won't drive there because, the public transit is so easy and the subway.
Right.
Take the subway to Queens and just go to the game that way. It makes it so much easier to get around town.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Now, I'm interrupting by the way, that was obviously a pre-recorded interview. There he is. It's Cuervo. I didn't expect him here today because he said that he wasn't. So wait, we got. Why do I keep messing up?
Oh, you didn't know? You have better call somebody.
Because we got to hear it. I love the intro. How you doing, Cuervo? Good to see you, my friend.
I'm good, Sonny. I what I was doing this morning, I thought it was going to take more time. It was one of those never done it before, first time doing, homeowner stuff. So I thought I was going to need more time, and
there you are. I get you
faster than I expected.
Get you that.
So here I am.
Yeah, got the honeydew list done early, which is awesome, and here he is. So, and I'm glad you're here.
Well, the big one's done.
Yeah, I might have had to fly solo through this today, I've done it before, so it's not any great big deal. I'm kind of used to it sometimes. So that being said, since you're here and I didn't know your timetable, I decided to jump right into you and get started. So we might as well do that. Let's get started because I think there's a lot to talk about. AFC, NFC North, two divisions of football that are kind of different. One for your love for your team, and the other one, just one of those crazy divisions of football. That being said, which one do you want to start out? Do you want to start off with AFC or NFC North? Where do you want to go? I wonder if I lost him. Yeah, because we're kind of frozen, and sometimes we miss him. Are you there, Cuervo?
I'm here, Sonny. It's breaking up. If it continues, I'll restart my laptop or switch laptops.
You can go ahead if you want to switch to the laptop. The other one, do you want to do that right now, or?
Yeah, I can. I can do that.
Let's do that because we're like normally we're only like a 1 or 2 second delay. We're actually on like a 4 or 5 second delay now. So we try to get that squared away. So yeah, could you do that? Let's do that. And what I'll do is I will finish up. I'll go back to that. Oh, okay. He popped off there really quick. We're going to go back to the interview with Bill Serna. And unfortunately I can't get to it, but we'll start that. This might take about but now you're going to Fenway tomorrow. This is one of those storied stadiums, whether you go back to the days where the home run, that you see the replay on and everything, the big green monster, everything that's out there, and you get the opportunity to see it. I don't know if you've been there or not, but more on the side, this is a good stop based upon just the historical, moments that have happened in baseball in that stadium.
Absolutely. It's the number one oldest stadium in baseball right now, which is crazy.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's the number one oldest stadium. Then behind that's Wrigley. Shocking one is the third oldest is Dodger Stadium. But you're absolutely right. I've been here a couple times. It's kind of weird coming to see them see the Red Sox and them being last place,
Yes.
that's a first in a long, long time. But absolutely, there's such a environment and excitement that happens in the stadium, no matter what place they're in. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great game. It's against Detroit, and it's a noon game. So I'm going to get some sunshine and enjoy the nice weather.
Yeah, and that means, okay, since it's a noon game, game's over. Talk a little bit about what's happening next for Bill. I mean, really, it's not just hop in the car. There's a lot of stuff that you got to do in order to get to that point. What happens for Bill after he's done with this game? Well,
because my next game is in New York the next day. They're very close to each other, only 3 hours apart. So
nice.
It's actually some downtime for me. I actually am going to stay here in Boston for another night. I have a guest suite here. I know we've talked in previous interviews that my company, Graystar Management Services, has properties all over the nation, and they've been donating their guest suites for me. So I'm going to stay an extra night here, get up first thing Monday morning and head to New York.
Gosh, so you get the nice suite, you get ready, and you get showered and ready to roll, and you got it's only 3 hours, so you literally can putz around in New York before you even head over there. Now, this is just me. Parking is amazing. I mean, so I know there's a lot of other things that are involved with this. I mean, you got the rental car, you got to park it. I mean, in New York, so there's I hear the horror stories about parking. Have you checked out what you got to do as far as parking in New York?
You know what? I'm going to the Mets game on Monday in New York. They're in Queens. Citi Field is easier to park at than going to Yankee Stadium.
Got it.
We have some big parking areas there at Citi Field. So I don't worry about parking there, but I probably won't drive there because, the public transit is so easy and the subway.
Right.
Take the subway to Queens and just go to the game that way. It makes it so much easier to get around town.
Yeah. That alone is amazing. Getting out there, getting on the subways, and checking out. It's a culture. It's a New York culture. It's definitely different than what we're dealing with in Dallas, I'm sure. So you get around. You get to see the culture of the cities of every city that you go to. So you get to see all that kind of stuff that's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And at a lot of these cities I've been to, and there's been a lot of cities I had never been to. I had never been to St. Louis. I had obviously never been to Canada or been to Toronto. So there are some of these cities that are new to me. And you do got to kind of learn the logistics and where to park and things like that. But the day before my game, I always set up that game. So I know I have an app for parking, so I can actually pay for my parking right on the app. And then all I do is when I get there, scan the QR code and I can park. So I always set it up on the day before where I'm going and how I'm going to get there.
Awesome. Now, you also on your trip, you got to see the brawl in Chicago. I thought that was interesting, and I was looking for so the funny thing, I didn't know where you were seated at, and I was looking at the video. I wasn't even watching the fight. I was just kind of watching when they went to the stadium to see if I could catch Bill.
I wasn't at that game.
Oh, I thought you were at that game.
I was at the White Sox game where Brett Boone got thrown out at home plate.
Oh, that's right.
And he was mimicking the umpire. And I sat on 3 rows behind the Yankees dugout, so I had a good front row seat of watching the whole thing. But I tell you what, that was definitely entertaining. Anytime you can get a toss out entertaining instead of just yelling at each other, whatnot, going back and forth, is worth every minute of it.
Yeah, I thought you were at the one where the fight was, so I thought that was.
No, I wish I was. I was actually in Minnesota that night.
How was Comiskey Park looking? This is one. Now this is I sent a picture of me in Comiskey Park with my brothers to you once. I don't know if you ever found it or got it, but that growing up, that was a treat for us to go. And they had that, and on that day that we went, they had real I'm talking real baseball bats bats. I mean, real bats from Louis. No, the big ones. Yeah, not just the little ones. Now granted, they were little league size. My size. Yeah. But so how's Comiskey Park? I know there's been a lot of renovations going on over there.
Well, no, Comiskey Park is gone. It's a new field. Yeah, it's a new field.
It's a new Comiskey.
Yeah, but they don't call it Comiskey. I want to say it was Great American. I can't remember the name of the stadium. I'd have to look it up.
It's probably All American. Great American, I think it's in Minnesota, isn't it?
Don't ask.
I think that, but I'm sorry. Too many.
I can tell you what they look like more than what their name.
So no more. See, I did not know that. See, that just goes how much I'm up on top of it. But nice place.
I think they built this one across the street from where the old Comiskey was.
Got it.
But it's a beautiful.
And Wrigley is Wrigley. Wrigley is Wrigley, but a lot of facelifts as far as that. But same stadium.
Yes, Wrigley's. It's just like Fenway. It's just such a historical place to be and to enjoy it. And sitting in the stands, I felt like Ferris Bueller. Sitting down the left hand or left field stands, and just watching the people around me enjoying the day game. And they got beat pretty bad that day, but everybody has fun there.
All right, we are back here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. That was part 2 of my interview with Bill Serna. How you doing, my friend? Look who showed up. It's Tom. How you doing, Tom? Can we hear Tom? Tom, are you there? Yeah. I wonder if he can hear us. Can you hear me?
Buddy.
Oh, okay. All right. So maybe we'll get him back in. Maybe get his mic back now.
Sonny, how do I sound in here? Look,
you sound fantastic, and the timing is perfect. There's Tom again. Let's try to bring him back in. Can you hear us, Tom?
Yeah, I lost audio first. After your interview with him, went away. I couldn't hear anything. So.
Gotcha. All right. So we are back here at Tom online. We are here now. Cuervo, I gave you the choice. Okay. Who are we going to do first? Are we doing AFC or NFC North first? Which one?
Let's go AFC.
We're going to go AFC.
I'm shocked.
I think he's got some surprises for us over for the NFC. So, but
we saved the best for last, Sonny. That's all.
So it's not. It's that simple. It's not
with the Lions,
it's not anything else. All right. Hey, now before you guys got in, I was talking about a kind of previewing what we were going to do today. And when you look at the AFC North, Cuervo, at least historically, okay, we're talking about a division of football that really is kind of based upon how defense is played, regardless of the situation, what teams that you're doing. At least the ones are the teams that do. And if and when they make the playoffs. I mean, Chuck Noll, right? Bill Cowher. These guys come to name. You look on the other side of it, Ray Lewis, Jim Harbaugh. These are the guys, that really kind of define that division of football. Now, all of a sudden, we're getting the Bengals. The Bengals who passed are maybe, putting that in the rearview mirror, moving forward now. And they're becoming a pretty good defensive football team. So really, really kind of good. So looking at this division of football, Cuervo, I'm going to throw this over to you because we call your division NFC North Black and Blue division of football. This one right here, we just call this one of the most competitive divisions of football. Are we going to get that this year with the 4 teams that are in this division?
I think there's a drop off. It's 2 teams and then it's the other 2 teams. So I think it's like a half and half type, competitive situation in the AFC North. You got 2 teams that I think are pretty solid. I think that are going to make some noise in the AFC. And then you got the other 2 that I just don't see them really doing a whole lot. One of them still, I think, is in a transition phase. Mm-hmm. And I just think the other two are just way ahead of the other two.
So, Tom, I mean, I don't know how much you keep track of it. I know you're a Dallas sorry, a Dallas Cowboy fan. So what do you think about the AFC North as far as that is concerned?
Well, I see it honestly. It's not like, in my opinion, from what I've seen, it's not like how I remember it in like the late '80s, early '90s. I don't really see it because if you think about it, the Steelers, I mean, they used to be like the mold for smash mouth, like in your face football, as is the Ravens, but the Ravens haven't been around as long. So the Steelers used to be, the steel curtain, really just like people were afraid to go against them. You had just like people would knock helmets off and stuff. And I guess in this new revamped system of the NFL, the Steelers really are kind of they're in the shadow of what they used to be. I think that's the team that Cuervo was talking about is rebuilding, because we all know that the Browns are sorry and they're never going to be any good. The Ravens, they're going to go as far as Lamar Jackson can take. The Bengals are the ones that are kind of revolutionizing the North, whereas the high flying offense, they don't rely on the defense. As they do have a good defense, it's not vaunted. They're not really feared, but they do just enough to keep Burrow in the game. So what you're seeing now, I think, is a new AFC North, in that it's not really so much about the defense wins games. It's about the defense doing just enough to keep the offense, where the offense don't have to score a whole bunch of points,
Interestingly enough, within this division of football, we look at the defensive side of the ball and decide how they're going to go. I looked at this division. I started looking at the teams, and I'm looking at where they're supposed to be and kind of where, how I'll rank them. And we'll get to that in a second. But when I looked at this division of football, I took it an extra step. I mean, we can talk about Joe Burrow, right, all day long. We can talk about Pickett. We can talk about, what's going to happen as far as Lamar Jackson. But when I was thinking about all this, I'm thinking about these are great guys. These are good football players, and they're going to make a make. But I think what I did, and it just hit me, Cuervo, I think this could be the year, especially within this division of football. The backup quarterback is going to play a really big part in this one. Think about if Joe Burrow goes down. What's going to happen there? Pickett, if he's hurt, what's going to happen to him as far as that? Lamar Jackson, about week 14, maybe, 13, 12, will he go down? What's going to happen? I think this is a division of football that we're going to see we might quite possibly see a lot of the backup quarterback. And I think that's going to be a big part and have a big say on who and how this division is going to end.
And that very well could be the case. So then you start looking at, well, who's in the best situation with a backup quarterback? So that's even if I know them all. Let me see. So in Cincinnati, I know I saw Trevor Siemian the other night. I don't know if he's the backup, but I know he's on the team.
Right now he is. Yes.
In Baltimore, you have, I don't know if Snoop Hundley's still there. I think he is. I think he's still Lamar's backup.
Who?
Tyler Hundley.
Yes, Hundley is there. Actually signed a really good contract for a backup quarterback in this past season.
Yeah. In Cleveland, that's the one.
Do they even have a starter? That's, before you get to the backup, right?
I mean, look, I know it's easy to dog Deshaun Watson, but he's a starting quarterback. Let's just call it what it is. All right, he's a starting quarterback.
I'll swallow it. He's the starter.
I'm not saying he's good. I'm not saying he's elite, but he's a starter. But I think, in my humble opinion, and it's not because I like the guy, I would take Mitch Trubisky over those other backups. And I know it's funny to say. It's funny to say, but come on, Hundley, Trevor Siemian. I mean, Siemian's a Northwestern guy, okay, but I mean, Mitch has the most. he's got the most starting experience over those other guys.
This is true, and as much as you, and believe me, I will be the first to dog on Mitchell big time. I will dog Mitchell Trubisky all day long, but I will do it. And you're right, Cuervo. In this day and age, because you can't pay those backup quarterbacks the stupid money that some were getting anymore. They're just too smart now. But as far as where they are, their value, it does have to come to NFL experience. So I think when you're thinking about who's going to be your guy, and Mitchell Trubisky is there. Now, the idea up in Baltimore, and we'll get to them in a second, is that you have the same type of quarterback to really, instead of going from one extreme, you have a running quarterback to a pocket quarterback. You don't need to make that change. So depending upon that whole situation in Baltimore, if that does end up happening, at least they don't have to change their whole offense in order to get ready for a different quarterback. So it's just one of those, things as far as that is concerned. So
and I think that's smart on Baltimore's part.
Absolutely. I mean, and there's a few more that if something happened, they could go out and get somebody else as well. So now, that being said, this is where it is. It's the AFC North. Now, I start at the bottom and then I move up. So I'm going to start with the team I think is going to end up in fourth place. Cuervo, in this division, I'm going to have you do third. Because we're going to talk about a team, and then I'm going to figure out whether or not you or Tom tell me something that will make me change my mind, because I got the flip of the coin between second and third within this division. So we'll do that. But so that being said, Tom mentioned it. Deshaun Watson down there is the team I have in fourth place within this division, and I didn't get time to get the graphic up. But this is also, depending on what you believe, and I'll throw this one to Tom really quick. A lot of people talking about who and what Deshaun Watson was before he came back last year after the suspension and everything, and how he ended up showing up, or in some people's opinion, not showing up. Was that good for him? Was it bad for him? I don't know. But at the same time, I'll ask you, Tom, what is your thoughts on Watson seriously looking at him at the quarterback position?
I think he's got the potential to make good plays. He's got big playability because of his footwork. He's very elusive as a quarterback. Well, of course, that's the kind of league we're in now. The age of pocket passers is kind of, honestly, in the past is kind of prehistoric. It went away when Brady retired. There's really not any good pocket passers out there that are strictly pocket passers. That being said, I haven't seen anything from him that makes me think that like he's got the wow factor that can completely carry a team. I don't know, and it's the Browns. Let's be honest. I mean, it's the Browns. I mean, that's all I need to say. I mean, it's like they're like the bottom feeders of the NFL, and they pretty much always will be, unless they get, somebody just hair on fire quarterback. But Deshaun, he's just not the guy. I mean, he's a if we're going in words of, I guess, tiers, he's probably a third or fourth tier quarterback. I don't believe in his durability. I think that the way that he runs and the way he plays is too reckless, a la RG3, things like that. I don't think that he takes care of his body well enough when he's on the field. So he's very accident prone.
He was getting a massage all the time. I mean, his body's got to be perfect. I mean,
I just don't see him holding up for. I think who's the backup? I don't even know who the backup is. Who's the backup?
Either I don't know. I can't remember.
Well, it's got to be better than Deshaun. I mean, plus the baggage.
I don't know. I can't think of it.
I just watched his documentary. Actually, it's pretty interesting.
Did you watch it? Yeah,
it's interesting. It gives you a new perspective on the guy and what he kind of had to deal with. You kind of feel sorry for him after watching it. But I just don't see. I mean, honestly, this year the Browns are obviously going to finish last. They have a better chance with Deshaun. I just don't. Number one, he doesn't have the weapons that he had in Houston. That's going to be a big thing. They don't have any weapons. Their defense is middle of the road, probably maybe a top 12, 11 defense, maybe, if I'm being honest. But their offense is lacking I can't even name any of the receivers. I know this is bad. I don't keep up with it enough, and I don't know who they have on offense that's really going to make them be like, oh my God, that's a team to watch.
Hey, now that could be something that we're going to talk about. That being said, I want to go ahead and bring him on in here, by the way. Let's just do this. Unbelievable. You watch this guy, and he did this last week, too. But, yeah, big part of our pick'em. Just, I love it. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, I gotta switch this. Let me, I don't know if I want to put everybody on look, as far as Trey Mack is concerned. Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah, we'll put. All right, no, we'll take it off. All right, it's Mr. Trey Mack, the Podfather. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm driving home, so if I'm not looking at you guys, I'm still hearing you.
Okay, very well. We got you here. Now, that being said, and I just wanted to at least get you here in a second. But here's the backups in Cleveland. Of course, I had this because I was thinking about it. Joshua Dobbs.
Oh, and Tennessee.
That's who it is.
Your boy over in Tennessee. Cuervo knows him, but no one else knows who he is. Outside of that,
Dobbs is a playmaker. Dobbs is a straight up playmaker, man.
Yeah, well, no one ever heard of him, so there you go. Outside of Tennessee, but Kellen Mond, whoever that is. So there you go. So you already got that red flag as far as what happens to Deshaun Watson. I'm sorry. Maybe Dobbs is. I watched him. I was just giving you a hard time, but. Really, you don't want to depend upon this guy, really, if you're going to need someone to get wins while quarterback is out. So, Cuervo, I know you've got some mad love. Talk a little bit about Joshua Dobbs and what he can or maybe bring to the table this year if he has to get in there.
Well, I mean, he's a dual threat, just like a lot of quarterbacks are now. I'm not going to say he can hurt you with his passing game, but the guy makes the right choices when given the opportunity. He won't really squander too many opportunities. It's just he doesn't get many of them. He's one of the more recently one of the better players to come out of the University of Tennessee. They had some good seasons with him there. But yeah, I mean he's a dual threat guy that can beat you with his arm and with his legs. So
he started for 4 years there in Tennessee, didn't he?
He did. Did he start all 4 years, man? I can't.
Yeah, and he had some pretty terrible coaches too.
Maybe he came in 2018, replacement, but he played four seasons at the quarterback position. I think for Tennessee. I think I read for 2018, 2022. Yep, there it is on my notes for this guy. So, but now is he your atypical? Quarterback number 2 in the NFL? Yeah, I don't think so. But as far as playing experience, he's got a lot of it within college, so maybe he can bring that out there. And like you said, Cuervo, dual threat, Deshaun Watson, he's that dual threat kind of guy as well. So you kind of get the same thing. Now, that also being said, the Browns are the Browns are the Browns are the Browns. Okay, this is you take away, and everybody's going to just kill me on it. But we were just 2 short years of this team being in the playoffs, and it could be because of a quarterback,
and
maybe
winning
not,
a game, and winning a game.
And winning a playoff game. So so you say whatever you want about them that year. At least they're good. Now their head coach, I think, is a great head coach for this football team now, especially now since they don't have the package that will do it. So I'm going to do it this. I'm going to get it to the Podfather. I don't know what he thinks about the Browns in general, but I'm going to shoot it to him. When you're looking at the Browns for 2022, especially in the AFC North, what are your looks at as far as he is concerned, or the Browns are concerned?
Are they going to stay in Cleveland?
Yeah, they're going to stay in Cleveland. Yes, they're going to. Yeah.
That's the problem. No, look, as bad as the Browns are, I think the Steelers are worse. So I don't trust the quarterback of the Steelers. More so, I mean, I would trust Deshaun Watson, massage or not. I would trust him more than Kenny Pickett for the Steelers. So, honestly, they might benefit for having I wouldn't say they have a weak division because the Ravens and the Bengals are there. But I mean, how's their schedule shake out besides their divisional teams?
Yeah, that's going to be a big. Oh, look! Oh, he must have his ears are not just ringing; they got the gongs going off in his ear. Yes, we're going to bring him on in. It is the one. It is the only. Obi. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, were your ears ringing? Was that what was going on?
No. Literally my whole body's sweating. Because I was outside mowing in 100 freaking billion degrees.
What are you doing?
I did have to come on because Cuervo talking some smack and calling me out yesterday. I was like, all right, okay,
yes,
here we go.
I saw this. By the way, good job, Cuervo.
Let's go, Obi. Let's go.
All right, so what do you got for Cuervo after the smack talking within our chat room there is going on? What you got?
Well, I have to say that I was looking at the schedules again today with the AFC North, the NFC North, and the AFC North, as usual, every year is going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle, top to bottom, and quite honestly, any of those teams can win the division. But hey, I'm going to back it up. I'm going to go with my Browns. They're going to surprise a lot of people this year.
Whoa! Stop! Just stop one, because I think I misheard you. Did you say? And you're going to correct me if I'm wrong. Okay? Did you just say that the Browns are going to win this division? Is that what you just said?
I just said
what? Yeah, you said this.
Yeah.
I wish Bryce was here to hear this. This would be good. All right, so it's drug testing time. Finally it's not Sonny.
I told you all that. I was drinking yesterday. So there you go.
Yeah, I was going to say you were drinking. So what you were drinking made you say the Browns going to? Why are they just? And I think I know where you're going, by the way, because I didn't look at the Browns winning this division, but What is your thinking that you're going to see the Browns, win this division?
Their divisions or their defense is going to be improved, and I just think that Deshaun Watson. I'm going to say this up front. Not a fan of getting Deshaun Watson, but I'm going to say this: he is going to prove a lot of people wrong this year. And he's going to work within the system. And there's not I love the two-headed beast over the last couple of years with Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb. But now it's Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
It's Nick Chubb and Nick Chubb only. And
where did Hunt go, by the way?
What?
Where did Hunt go? I forget.
He doesn't have a team right now.
He hasn't signed yet.
That's why I forgot. Maybe he will go back to the two-headed monster over there. Who knows?
But here's the key. What?
Go ahead, Obi. Go ahead, Ob.
Oh, so anyway, here's what's going to happen. Is Deshaun Watson and the offensive coordinator and the head coach are all going to be on the same page this year. And hey, did I say that the Steelers are going to win 11 games this year?
You did. That's why I'm saying.
Are you ready for this? The Steelers and the Browns each will win 11 games this year.
Oh my God.
And the Browns.
So wait, hey, maybe you forgot. Did you know the Bengals play in this division? Maybe you forgot.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something. As much as I love Joe Burrow, I love that kid. He's got the winning attitude. He's got it, right?
Right.
I think this calf injury is going to come back and haunt him.
Well, that's a good point because you're talking about a guy who uses his legs as much as he does. They could come back. I mean, I got a calf injury. I actually this morning woke up with a Charlie horse right in the calf. So I think I understand. I've been limping around the house all day long. But then again, that I don't have the treatment that Deshaun Watson or Joe Burrow would have, or whatever the case may be. So there you go.
I have one question.
Okay.
You said Deshaun Watson is going to prove everybody wrong, or the NFL wrong. The NFL is so far up his ass; they're waiting for him to be able to play for the Browns. Who's he going to prove wrong?
I'll follow that question up with another. When did he ever prove right?
Listen, I get it. Fans, I understand. Hey, there is no really good massage places in Cleveland. I get all that, but I'm just saying that the NFL is so far up his ass and pushing him to be not necessarily the next Brett Favre, but at least a higher echelon type quarterback. Which having spent a year off the field probably doesn't help his chances. But
almost two.
Yeah, almost two. So I mean, look, I think he's going to be given every benefit of the doubt. And even if they lose, they're going to go, well, it's not his fault. It's kind of like the Michael Vick effect, It's not his fault that the team around him sucks. And by the way, the Bengals, Joe Burrow's got weapons. We can't name one weapon that Deshaun Watson has on that team.
Exactly. Who's the number Cuervo? Who's the number wide receiver in Cleveland?
I mean, it's somebody that Trey and Tom is very familiar with. Amari Cooper.
Okay.
Amari Cooper, yeah.
Cooper. That's right. Yeah, Cooper.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
Is he past his prime though?
Afterthought.
Is he past his prime though?
He's been in the league, 5 years?
We don't know what his prime is.
Cooper's been in the league for 6 or 7, if I'm not mistaken, because he started.
Listen, Amari Cooper plays half the season anyway. Most of the time when he's competitive, the other time he kind of just walks through it. So, I mean, either way you're looking at it, if he's past his prime, that prime ain't very long for him.
Yeah, it could be. Cuervo, go ahead.
I gotta say,
he's been traded to 3. He's been on 3 teams in his 5-year existence. What does it say about him?
There's a lot of.
That Jerry Jones is an idiot.
Well, hey man, hey, you can say whatever you want about Amari Cooper. He got $20 million. He got $60 million from Jerry Jones. Played for 2 years, so really he made $30 million in 2 years. And so who's the smart one? I don't know.
Yeah.
But as far as so
Jerry Jones should have kept him and got rid of Dak, but that's just me.
Yeah. So Obi, I don't know how long we got you for because I know that you got a lawn calling out. Are you gonna hang out today with us or where are you at?
I could just hang out a little bit longer. I wanted to come on and position. These are like my 2 favorite divisions, black and blue. Stuff like that. And by the way, Cuervo, on the NFC North, yes, I did pick the Lions to win, but it was a toss-up between the Lions and the Bears.
All aboard.
All aboard the Bears.
It was a toss-up between the Lions and the Bears.
Are you the conductor?
Wait. Hey, Obi, I don't know if you know if the Vikings play in this division too. In case you didn't know they were there.
Who the Vikings have now to run the ball?
Oh, well, I will give you that, but we'll talk about that because you're going to be heading out. But you have to go back and listen to what I thought about that as far as that's concerned. But so all right. So over in the ball. You go ahead, Cuervo. I seen the hand go up.
Yeah, no, I wanted to get my thoughts in real quick before Obi has to take off about his brownies. I don't want to say about Watson which way it's going to go for him, but I just think that we can't really judge how he's going to do in Cleveland until he plays a full season for them. He only played 5-6 games last year for them. Let's see how he does now that he's going to be there week 1. He's there for all the practices and the training camp and the preseason and all that good stuff, right? So I can't really say whether he's going to suck or not as a Brown until this season is done, and then I have something to go off of, right? Now, there is one reason I want to watch Cleveland Brown football this year, and I need Tom. Go ahead and show me that hat, buddy. Let me go ahead and show everybody the hat real quick. Cedric Tillman, who they drafted. I want to see how he does for them.
Got it. So that said, Obi, looking at this division, because we don't have you very long, so I want to respect your time.
Yeah.
Who do you? So you have Steelers and Browns finishing with the same record, but who actually wins that division and gets the home game for the wild card? Because we all know it's not going to be that high enough to where they'll get the bye.
I've said, what did I say when I got on here? Browns win the division.
Browns win the division.
And I do want to say one. I want to say one more thing about this division.
Okay.
That the Ravens, mark my words today, the Ravens will have upheaval within the clubhouse by about mid-season.
Slap the
because Mr. Lamar Jackson doesn't have enough footballs to pass around to all the stars on that team now. And people are going to start to chirp.
Stars.
He better start buying some Rolex. Is what he better do.
Honestly, I see a point there though. At the halfway point, if they are less than 500, I can see there being some major issues there in Baltimore. But once again, if they're tied for the top in the division, it's going to be a two-team race going all season long, I believe.
Interestingly enough, it could be something as far as that is concerned. So, do you have the Ravens finishing last in this division, or are they going to take third?
No, Ravens will finish last.
They're going to finish last. So you got Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Cincinnati, and wow.
Man, he's been hitting the sauce pretty hard this morning, man.
Joe's going to come back today, I think.
It's called Bailey. Added a little
with a little extra added of adult beverages in that as well, I think.
This proves one thing: we don't got it hard. We don't got hard enough shit up in Oklahoma to be able to say that kind of shit. we got that 3-2 beer. It don't help us out no bit.
All right, now that being said, Obi, NFC North, who do you got? Where you got this running as far as that division is concerned?
Lions, Bears, Vikings, Packers.
Vikings, Packers in that division in first and second?
No, I said Lions, Bears.
Lions, Bears.
And Vikings, Packers.
Vikings, Packers. All right. So, so you have no trust in Jordan Love and what he can do for Green Bay to raise that back up. We haven't seen him. I don't know how you. Yeah, interestingly enough, you can kind of think of him as a rookie quarterback. I mean, he's only played a few games, so it's kind of one of those things. So, well, Obi,
here's the thing: the expectations are so high in Green Bay. After
really, that was going to be the point on the other side of it. Where's the expectations going to be? I mean, whatever he does, I mean, if he gets them in third or second within that division, you have to say they had a killer season.
Yep, yeah, you do. But here's the thing: is after having Favre for so many years, and then Aaron Rodgers coming in, and then the Packers have been spoiled for the last 25 years, and now they got Jordan Love.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Yeah, I mean, I heard of him coming out of college, which scared me. I was like, well, maybe he'll rip the meat from the bone. I actually heard of him, so who knows? So
that's what I have. You guys can all say I'm crazy, and that's fine. I probably am. My wife.
I don't think you're crazy. I just think you've been mowing the lawn in 105 degrees again, and maybe you just sweated too much out of you that you kind of forgot it.
Sun damage is a real thing. Sun damage is a real thing.
Yes, that's right.
No, he sipped on the wrong bottle on accident. He thought it was water.
It wasn't an accident. It was not an accident.
Pardon me.
Hey,
I'm gonna send this segment to Bryce. Yeah. So it's just so he may love you or hate you. I don't know, or maybe laugh with you. I don't know. We'll find out.
Obi.
Remember, vodka keeps you hydrated.
Regardless, Obi, I love you for picking the Bears to finish ahead of Green Bay. So I appreciate that.
So he's got some mad love for you. Look at that.
Good. All right, gentlemen. I just want to pop in and say hello and give you my thoughts, and we'll see you guys in the very near future on Sunday.
Week one.
Week one. I'm here.
Week one. All right. Week one.
Thank you for your delusional pick, sir.
Wait. When's week one? Is it like the second weekend of September?
Yeah, it's like.
Okay, good.
I just know when I gotta sit down and watch it.
The first weekend I'm in San Diego, so I wouldn't be online.
10th.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be home.
Hey, send me your email so I can get you on the pick'em list and get it sent out to you, so you can make your picks over on Yahoo. And and also for those, make sure you push. Commissioner can make picks for you. I won't mess with them unless I have to for you. So make sure you hit that, okay? So I can, in case you're in San Diego and you can't get it, I can get it done for you.
Later, gentlemen. Been nice talking to y'all.
You betcha. Good to see Obi make his presence out here. Good to see him. He's been mowing the lawn, in a really, really hot weather. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, I hate to do this. Can I do my picks real quick? I'm actually gonna go try and adopt a dog today. Can I go give a couple thoughts on the Bears
Absolutely.
and then do the picks and stuff?
Do the AFC. Who you got and who's gonna win that division?
I'm gonna go with the Browns, or not the Browns. I'm sorry, I've been listening to him too much.
You're starting from the last place, right?
Yes, he's been hanging out with.
Okay, first place I got the Bengals. Second place, I got the Ravens. Third place, Steelers. Fourth place, Browns.
Gotcha. All right. And what about the AFC?
NFC. One thing I want to say about the Bears, I've been giving Cuervo a lot of hell in the group chat about the Bears.
Yes, you have.
I've watched Kenny Pickett twice in games, and like throughout the season, they don't play a lot of Pittsburgh games over here, but I did see him play against Tennessee, my Tennessee Volunteers. Okay, we played him twice. Pickett does have that potential for the Steelers and everything like that, but I don't think he's going to be enough to really get them, get them where they need to be right now. He might be I'm talking about the Steelers, but for the Bears, I'm not sold on Justin Fields. I know Cuervo's got like some sort of blind faith in him. Justin Fields, because I haven't really seen in the past while and I could be wrong, an Ohio State quarterback actually pan out. Like all these the Ohio State people want to say like their team is like the best ever. I think they're the most overrated football team in the history, but I don't see enough from Fields, and Fields don't have enough weapons, and the Bears defense has been doo-doo for a long time. I'm used to like the old days of Urlacher, and I mean they used to have like it used to be like the Steelers, where they used to have the defense that nobody wanted to mess with. Like they just were shaking in their boots. But the Bears are going to have to get some free agency, do a couple more years. I think they're at least 2 or 3 more years from having a good playoff run. But and this is going to shock Mario or Cuervo, in the NFC North, I've got the Lions actually winning the North. I've got the Vikings second. I've got the Bears third, and the Packers are Packers will probably win 4 games if I'm being generous.
Gotcha.
I just don't think that the Packers are just LaFleur is a bum of a coach. I think he's not gonna make it. He'll have another year or two, then he's gonna be gone. But the Bears will be reckoned with, because I do root for them now because of Cuervo. But they're just not there yet, and I think they're going to have to get another quarterback, because I don't think Fields is going to pan out. I don't know. He might in 2 or 3 years, but I just don't think so.
All right. He is Tom. Tom, you going to join us week one with us? I'll try. Time?
Yeah, I plan on staying the whole time, but then I was like, I got on this whole I want to get a dog thing, so I'm going to go to the shelter and pick up a dog. So,
gotcha. Well, enjoy the puppy, and thank you for doing that. Go ahead, Cuervo.
Hey, real quick, but can you send me your dad's phone number for the fantasy league?
Yeah, for the fantasy football?
Yep.
Yeah, Cool, man. Yeah, sorry to hate on your Bears, man, but
No, not hate. You picked them ahead of Green Bay. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, third is better than fourth.
You got it, Tom. Good to see you, my friend. We'll see you.
Thanks so much, guys.
By the way, Tom McManus next week live on this show, not pre-recorded, but live on this show, unless something happens. But he'll be here live. Former Jacksonville Jaguar linebacker.
That's awesome. Well, sorry I couldn't stay longer, guys.
That's okay. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. Have yourself a good one. Enjoy the puppy.
All right, thanks, guys.
So, all right,
Later.
he is Tom. He'll be joining us during the season as far as making the picks and everything. So that being said, I mean, the general consensus, the Browns, last place within this division. I don't think it's any great big surprise in reality when you're looking at that division of football, unless you've had a lot of adult beverages, that, of course, being Obi picking the Browns to win the division, not just finish second or third, but to win the division. Yeah, as one Bryce in Brooklyn would say, he needs to might need to get a drug test. And yeah, and by the way, the NFC North.
You might be having a heat stroke.
Yeah, so I got all East Coast. Yeah, so but. That's it. All right. So Cleveland last place, pretty much general consensus across the board as far as where the Browns are concerned. Wait, Trey, where you got them in third, right?
I got them in third. I got the Steelers in last.
All right. So you got. All right. So let me see here. All right, Browns. Gotcha. All right. So now, as promised, Cuervo, I wanted you to take this where you think the team is going to be in third. I want you to talk about that. First of all, let us know who it is. Let us know why. Third place within this division, kind of sticky, and you got something on your hand. This can't take off. It's kind of sticky within this division for second and third, at least when I look at it. So who do you got in third place?
So you want me to just tell you who it is, or do I talk about them and you try to guess and figure it out?
Well, I got 8 hours of sleep. Maybe I can figure it out. Go ahead. Talk about who you think is going to end up within this division in third place.
Yeah, so the team that I think is going to finish in third, I think they're still in kind of a transition phase.
Ravens.
A lot of turnover with personnel that's no longer on the team.
Ravens.
It is not the Ravens. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
The Pickett thing. I think they're still trying to move on from Ben Roethlisberger days.
Mm-hmm.
I got my notes here. They drafted Broderick, really good offensive tackle coming out of Georgia in the first round. So that's a
good thing. That was Broderick Jones, right?
Yeah, they desperately needed some offensive line, Sonny, and I think they're going to get it with Jones. Running game, we're already seeing it with Najee Harris. Last week we talked about the value of running backs, right? Najee Harris is going into his third season in the league, and he had a phenomenal rookie year. And then second year, guy complete opposite.
Off the face.
It's complete opposite. And I don't know if I want to chalk it up to, his body's broken down. I mean, it's only been 2 years. But, it makes me wonder, like, why did that happen? Was it not just injuries, but I just even when he was in the lineup, I don't think they utilized him in the way that I think he could be utilized, right? And so that's play calling, that's offensive scheme, that's OC, all that stuff.
And one other thing, film. Film tells a lot of stories in reality, Cuervo, and the way that dramatically changed from year one as year two, who gets the check mark under the win spot? Defensive coordinators figured out what's going on, and as far as Najee Harris is concerned, and I'll just to throw a little asterisk on that, where is the creative play calling in in Pittsburgh to utilize Najee Harris with his talents.
Well, and that's why Bryce has been screaming to fire. What's that guy's name? The offensive.
I'll think of it in a minute.
I mean, he's been like screaming it. Please,
yes,
fire. And what do? They bring him back for another season.
Yes.
Well,
and by the way, I think it's a 2-year contract he signed him for, because I was remembering that. I bet you Bryce is not very happy.
So with that being said, name of the show, Trey is not crazy to pick the Steelers last, because the way that offense is ran, it just seems like every year it's on the decline.
It is.
And it's because of that offensive coordinator that's just
Matt Canada, that's that guy's name. Yeah, he needs to go, man. If you're a Steeler fan, you got to be disgusted with the fact that they brought him back.
Sonny.
Sonny,
I want this on record. Cuervo said I'm not crazy, so put that on record. Go ahead.
I'll write that down. Trey is not crazy. Cuervo says Trey is not crazy.
I don't know him outside of this, but I don't know. Based on his wrestling film that I just saw, I mean, I think you got your moments, Trey.
Listen, I'm all about facilitating victory. That's all I care about.
So, all right, now that's it. Pittsburgh Steelers, okay? And one of my problems with Pittsburgh, okay? Now, like you said, they went in the draft, and what do you do in the draft when your quarterback is not being protected? You go first-round draft pick, you grab up the best guy that's out there. The Steelers did it, which, by the way, was the right move in reality. So what are we going to see from Pickett? Well, rookie year, 1,400 yards, I think it was, 1,400 yards, 5 touchdowns. But one of the key stats on that line is the interceptions. Just one interception. And that scares me. And it scares me because guess what? That film now has been out there this whole year. And I go defensive coordinator all day long. Only one interception. This guy's going to have 10 interceptions this year. I'm worried about Pickett, okay? But that also depends is if Canada can coach up that offensive line and protect him. And that's the biggest question, I think, when I looked at the Steelers going into this season. I wanted to have him at number 2. But Cuervo, I just couldn't do it because of that part of it. And then ask yourself the question, who's he going to throw the football to? Who's going to make him better? Or who is Pickett going to make to be a hometown or a well-recognized name? And I'm just not getting it.
Well, and a lot of people got love for George Pickens. You know, the receiver that they drafted last year out of Georgia. And I get it. You know, he shows flashes of, some playmaking ability, those spectacular type catches that you see, in highlight reels and all that. I don't know how well-rounded he is as a receiver, though. Is he a good?
I agree.
Is he a guy that can get the one of Sonny's favorite things to talk about when it comes to receivers, yakety yak.
Yes.
And so, and he shows signs of it. I just don't know if it's consistent enough, because even last year, this guy, had like 2 games in a row where, he had 100 yards receiving or whatever. And everybody's like, send him to the Pro Bowl, right? The guy's all pro. And then he follows that up with 2 catches for 30 yards, 3 catches for 40 yards, whatever it is.
Yep.
And so there's no consistency there. And is that Pickett's fault? Is it play calling? Well, who knows? But the guy, he's got a little bit of an ego thing too going on, and so I don't know if that's going to fly with Mike Tomlin. But
none of that kind of stuff flies with Tomlin. You and I both know that. I don't know how long that lasts.
Yeah, we'll see, right? But the more consistent guy they have is Deontay Johnson. He's been there for a few years now. He knows the offense, and he's their more consistent receiver. And then they drafted Darnell Washington, the tight end.
Yeah,
that's the guy that they're going to be looking to use and get them some some red zone opportunities and guys like things like that. So
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How much for longer are the Steelers going to hang with Tomlin?
Well, here's the thing. You got a coach who's been in the league for what? He's been coaching over there now, Cuervo, 11 years, right? 11 is number 11.
Longer than that.
Has it been longer? I forget. Hasn't had a losing season. It's kind of hard to fire a coach who hasn't had a losing season his whole career.
Right, but the thing is though is that hey, I give the Steelers all the credit in the world. They don't let go of coaches that quickly.
Absolutely.
Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin, kudos to them for sticking with the program. I get that, but I wonder when is he going to get tired of it? That's my question.
I don't know, Cuervo.
Interesting question. We always talk about the front office side of whether you want to the guy or not, but it's. Does Tomlin is he still happy being the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers? Is he still enjoying that job? And he's going into, I want to say, his 18th year now.
Oh, you're right, Cuervo. It is 18. It is. Yeah. I think you say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been there since Cowher retired after they won that Super Bowl back in, I think Roethlisberger was like a rookie, but
against the Arizona Cardinals, it was the worst Super Bowl I ever watched.
So
for the results anyway, but think about but Mike Tomlin, if let's just say someone in the front office starts smoking the wacky tobacco and decides to get rid of Mike Tomlin, he will be the first head coach snapped up as long as he wants to. And that's the big question, Cuervo, where he is going to be. 18 years, for God's sake, that's a long frickin' time.
Yeah, exactly. It is a long time, and for him to, everybody's so into the whole stat of him never having a losing season, and that's great. But you got one championship to show for that, and that just goes to show it's not that Mike Tomlin is not a good coach or that he underachieves. That's how hard it is to win in this league.
Yes.
For a guy to not have a losing season in 17 years and to only have one Super Bowl to show for it, those guys just north of Chicago, they've had 30 years of Favre and Rodgers, 2 championships to show for it.
Yep.
The guy gets picked 199th in the 2000 NFL draft. Guy retired with 7 rings. That's how hard it is to win in this league.
Absolutely. And at some point, based upon what he's done, sometimes you got to put that on the guys that are on the field more so than the coaches because of that whole situation. So sooner or later, they are going to have to step up and take responsibility for where
100%.
They are.
100%. Because how many times have we seen big games be decided by laundry on the field? That and you can't blame the coach for that. You can't say, well, that's coaching. They threw that flag. That penalty happened because of coaching. No, you're delusional if you think that's the case. It's the players executing.
Absolutely.
And accepting, yep, I got burnt on that route or whatever the case may be. So, look, don't get me wrong. Sometimes the right thing to do is to take the penalty, right?
Right.
If you get burned on a route, well, I'm not going to let him just score. I'm going to grab his jersey. I'd rather get the flag and have another opportunity, right? And, another chance at being able to stop. But, other things like unnecessary roughness calls, that you can't put that on the coach. You just can't do it. So,
unnecessary roughness and personal fouls, don't go to coach. That goes to responsibility on the field.
Right. PI, that is not a coaching problem.
Right. Now,
but hold on a second, though. The helmet to helmet stuff, right? We're seeing a lot of that, these days, and how that's being penalized. A lot of that can be coaching because coaches got to tell these guys, hey, you need to let up, otherwise that's 15 yards and maybe an ejection. So,
for targeting,
Yeah, because that's not getting put through very much. Because let's face it, there's always those coaches that sit and go, "Not the quarterback out of the game, we're going to be in this thing." How many people did look at Tom Brady and go, "God, if we get him out of the game, we might have a win. We might have a win here." I'm sure that went around quite a bit. So that's on coaching at that point. So, you know, penalties can be a coaching situation. Once again, I think the players are so reliant on the ESPN highlight reel that, hey, look at me, look at me. And let's face it, YouTube will sit there and showcase all of it. So,
yeah, I get it.
It pays the bills. That's all it does. It pays the bills for them.
Yeah. And depending on how they play and what the next contract is up to, I think a lot of times you'll see more of that is when they are in a contract year. Not because they can let off of getting a flag. Wow, look at how he could hit. We need that guy. And say whatever you want about the NFL. The NFL is about big plays and it's about big hits. Those two things are what makes the NFL to where they are today. So when that is said, of course, that's the name of the show. That being said, you've got to be able to say, well, what are we going to give up here to get this guy? Is it worth the late hits? And I'm telling you right now, I think a lot. I'll put it this way, Trey. 80% of what you see on those penalties are coming from the players and 20% is coming from coaching, because the fact that next big contract, they need to figure out a way to make sure that they get it. So we'll watch for that. But now think about the Steelers, what they did. They went in, first round draft pick. They get Broderick Jones was a stud. He's going to be a stud. 6'5", I think, 311 pounds. Guys, this guy's a stud. But think about this. They didn't just stop there. They went out. They got his name is Isaac Samalo in free agency, and James Daniel on the inside. And James Daniel might be the most important, because where were the Steelers getting burnt? In the middle of the field. I mean, in the middle of the field, opening up the holes and guys running through. You've got to be able to open up that hole, get them in there, and that's what he did. He opened up the door. So that might be good for Najee Harris in reality. But I'm going to go back to what we just said about 10 minutes ago about the Steelers. Pickett is it, guys. Okay, Pickett is at best on a good football team, number 2. Okay, he's not a step up number 2. He's a number 2, depending on what team he could be, number 3. So, they got to get more from this guy. I'll say Pickett needs to get more from this guy so he can, first of all, get more than 1,400 yards. Okay, 1,400 yards at a quarterback position is not going to be going, hey, this is the guy we need for our future. He needs to hit it, and he needs to hit it big. He needs to have Pickett and get Pickett to get it big. So that's going to be the big thing. But here's the thing. Backup quarterback, I think the Steelers are in good shape, because if Pickett isn't working, you got Mitchell Trubisky back there, like you said, NFL experience, okay? And then say whatever you want about Mason Rudolph. That guy can play if and when he does, but he can't be your starter. So you got those guys. So Trubisky, a 2-year extension in the offseason. Guy made out like a bandit, sorry. But that's perfect, because that's all guaranteed money. So think of that, where that's going to be. And then you go one step further, okay, as far as the Steelers and what they can do. A healthy TJ Watt is going to be key to where, if the Steelers are going to be second or third within this division. And I think big time TJ Watt. Yeah. Not just a little, because he's shown that he could get nicked up and be out of the game sometimes 3 or 4 weeks, and the Steelers can ill afford it. So what I see in Watts for the last 2 years is an injury guy. Guess what? He's going to get injured. That's the reason why I got Pittsburgh Steelers in the 3rd position, as far as no wide receivers. And then Watt not being able to be out on the field will hurt this team this year. That's why I got him in 3rd. So that said, Trey, you said that you had – where do you have the Steelers in this division, Trey?
Fourth.
You got them in last. So you got the Steelers in last. And Cuervo.
I got the Browns in 3rd.
Cuervo, you have them in 3rd, and I got them in 3rd as well. I also desperately wanted to move it up, but I go back to what a lot of times what I say. I need to see it before I believe it, because I've already I've already went on the outside of that watching the Lions. Now everybody's understanding why I've been hopped up on the Lions for a couple of years. But not enough for the Steelers. And then I want to see a good coaching job all around for the Pittsburgh Steelers to make it. And if they make it to second place, I think they've just ran away with it in reality. So yeah, that's where I got the Steelers as well.
I don't question the coaching at all, Sonny. I think Mike Tomlin has proven that he makes the best out of what he has. He gets the most out of what he has, right? And so at this point, when it comes to the Steelers, this is some of the least amount of talented Steeler teams I've seen in a long time.
Right.
Normally the Steelers are stacked, man. We know that. I mean, they've got guys all over the place. Now, where they're at today, this is one of the and Bryce can come on and tell me how wrong I am or whatever, or he might agree. I don't know. But these Steeler teams of the past couple of years are some of the least talented teams that I've seen in recent memory.
I agree with you, Cuervo, because think about this, okay? The Steelers, okay?
That's why
TJ Watt.
Because of the lack of talent. Nothing to do with coaching.
Where's that lack of talent coming from? I mean, because we talk about paper a lot when we talk to Dallas Cowboys, right, Cuervo? When you see it on paper, when you see it on paper for the Steelers, you got TJ Watts, Alex Highsmith, who 14 and a half sacks last year, okay? Forced fumbles all over the place. Cameron Hayward, I mean, he's a badass. Micah Fitzpatrick. And then now they got Patrick Peterson as well. On paper, this is a mad squad on the defensive side of the ball. Where are they going to drop the balls? On the offensive side of the ball. And guess what? You got to score in this league to win. And if you're not going to score and you're going to settle for field goals, you're not going to win very many games in the NFL.
Sonny, did you know that the Steelers? I just noticed this. Did you know that they signed Allen Robinson?
Yes, I did. I did. That might tell you another reason, right? I mean, as far as where they are offensively. I mean, good God. Your buddy, your pal. Didn't you get rid of him about 2 years ago? 3 years ago?
He was your pal before he was my pal, Sonny, all right?
I had him 2 years ago.
You drafted him.
Yeah, hey, I actually kind of liked him. I thought he would do it, but I hate to say it.
Receiver.
Yeah. What? I don't know, but sometimes I have an occasion.
I was not exactly right.
Might not have been too right on Alexander Robinson. So looks like, I would be shocked if the Steelers finished in last place. But Trey, you get just what I'm talking about as far as offense. That defense might be able to keep them in games. That offense better figure out how to win some football games, and I think that's what the Steelers have got going for this year.
Well, like you said, Pickett's more of a bus driver right now. Back. Not, at least not now. He's not gonna. He has to be able to build people around him to make them weapons. That's the problem he's gonna have. He's got to make a receiver be unstoppable. He's got to find a running back that's going to be unstoppable. He, the quarterback, needs to present those opportunities to those players. Is he ready for that? The one interception he had last year, that's going to go up to, like you said, 10 or 15 this year because there's film on him. They're going to find his little nuances, his little insecurities, and they're going to capitalize on that, having to Dak. So I think it's going to be a big grown-up year for him, a big beat-down year for him because they didn't get to see a lot of that last year. 1,400 yards is nothing to shake out, though. I mean, let's face it, 1,400 yards, rookie year, throwing the ball. I mean, it don't sound like a lot because we're in a pass-happy league, but then again, you're talking about the AFC North, your black and blue division. So
good point. Good point.
So I think he's got the potential. What is he though? Like you said, is he a bus driver or is he a star?
Absolutely.
And you're in a conference where you have Joe Burrow, a star, who's making guys around him. You got Deshaun Watson, who hadn't been a star for a few years, but had the potential.
Right.
To see what happens now. and then you got Lamar Jackson. So where do you fit in? I mean, out of those three quarterbacks, we know where you rank, right? So what's he going to do extra? That's going to be the big thing. That's why I got him in last place here, because I don't think he has that figured out yet. And he might figure it out halfway through the season. But the season might be over by then.
Well, maybe the shoring up of the offense that they did. Listen, you can say a lot of things about football teams, but when your quarterback, is getting beat the hell up, you got to do something about it. Well, they did. They went out and did it. Now, will they be able to put it together? So that's the big question in reality as far as where they're going to be. There's another team that's in that same position, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But then that leads us to the second team, the Baltimore Ravens, within this division. I mean, so, are we going to get a full year with Lamar Jackson at the quarterback position? Or is Lamar going to buy a lot of Rolexes for that offensive line to protect him? Because let's be honest, the reason why he gets hurt a lot is because he's not being protected either. So we got to work a little bit on that. So some Rolexes need to be bought for by Lamar Jackson to protect him a little bit. But now they got weapons on the offensive side of the ball. So you're kind of looking at maybe a little bit of a different Raven format. Okay, we normally talking defense, right? As far as where the Ravens are. Now we're going to kind of maybe say, okay, we're going to get the defense maybe. So that's in question, but we're going to get some work on the offensive side of the ball, which is what have we been begging for the Ravens for the last 3 years, Cuervo? Get this guy a weapon. They got the weapon. Now, depending on what you think about, Odell Beckham Jr., listen, I may not like the guy, but the guy's a star when he's healthy, and that's the big question. Now you got a double spot now, Cuervo. Offensively, you got a quarterback that can't do it, and sometime Odell Beckham Jr. These two guys need to be on the field at all times together in order for any kind of success to happen. Is that going to happen this year? What do you think when you think about Odell Beckham Jr. joining Lamar Jackson in Baltimore?
I mean, I like Odell. I've always liked Odell, but
you always have.
I just that's not the one that excites me for the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay.
The receiver that's coming to Baltimore that excites me is who they drafted, Zay Flowers. That guy's going to be. He's going to be. I don't want to say a star, but I think he's going to be a difference maker for the Ravens. The guy's got tremendous, exceptional speed. He's got the talent. If you go back and you watch some of his, college, highlights or whatever, this guy's a difference maker, man. And so, if I'm a Ravens fan, I'm more excited about Zay Flowers than I am Odell Beckham Jr. And
were you worried about him not getting any playtime in a preseason game, which is where he should have been in as a rookie at least half the game? And this guy no-showed last night. And by the way, what is it? The Ravens. They're claim to fame in reality as far as how great they are. 24 straight preseason wins like that matters. Okay, it doesn't matter at all. I mean, that's worthless in my reality. It don't mean anything.
Yeah, it doesn't mean jack squat. But that does surprise me. I didn't pay attention to any preseason last night. I only watched a little bit of the Bears game yesterday morning. But yeah, I mean, I think he should have been in. I think he should have been getting some time in against actual competition.
Exactly.
I think John Harbaugh might have, he might have punted that one in the stands for a football term. I think he could have gotten him some time in. So, look, I think the other thing I'm concerned with for the Ravens is their offensive line.
Right.
They lose Ben Powers, the offensive guard, and Juwan James, and they replaced it with. I don't know. They didn't draft any offensive linemen. They used their first picks on a wide receiver and I believe a linebacker. Yes, a linebacker. Those are the first two picks in the draft. So If I'm Lamar Jackson, that's my next concern. It's like, we lost a lot of offensive line here. You know, what's going to be the move there? So,
well, we know what his number one concern was.
Yeah, and they addressed it.
The pocketbook. The pocketbook was his number one concern this offseason in reality. And in turn, after you get the pocketbook, Cuervo, then he's got, if he has the audacity to say, well, what are we going to do here on the offensive line? No, I don't know.
Well, and maybe it doesn't have to be him that says it, but I think, the front office needs to, take a look at that and say, okay, that's our next thing that we need to address. So now, that being said, going back to what you mentioned a few minutes ago, I do think Lamar will be there for the season because of what you just said 30 seconds ago. He got paid.
He got paid. Yes, he got paid.
Magically, I think he's going to be just fine health-wise. There it is. He got paid. And he might miss week 18 because maybe Baltimore's got something clinched at that point. But I think he's going to be there all year, The power of money sometimes, it does wonders.
It is amazing of what it can do. But here's my only take. Say that again, Trey.
Give me $50. Watch me smile.
All right, say that a little slower.
Okay, I'm sorry. Pay me $50. Watch me smile.
Did you understand him, Cuervo? Because maybe I'm just not hearing him.
Can you hear me now?
Pay me.
Yeah, try again.
Okay, I said pay me $50. Watch me smile.
Pay me $50 and what?
And watch me smile.
Watch me. Okay, all right.
You're right. Money does good things, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Big time.
I'm crossing Oklahoma, so that's probably why.
Yeah, and you got a mouthful of whatever you got there going on, so you kind of. But
time on the road, I've been there before.
Yes.
Listen,
but now, exactly.
Listen, I watched an abortion of a movie called The Meg 2 yesterday. Trust me, I'm trying to make up for all that.
That's like hour and a half. You can't get back. Imagine you could just been on the show with me. What is worse? But anyway,
it was yesterday.
But anyway, that's it. The Ravens got a lot. And listen, and say whatever you want. And by the way, I got some love for John Harbaugh. I really do, because one of the coaches in the indoor football, teams and games.
Yes.
One of the coaches I know. Listen, I loves this guy. So I just out of respect, I got some.
Before, right, Sonny?
Yes, we've had him before. Dominic Bramante has been on my show. He's a great interview. He gives you candid stuff. And by the way, he's going to be joining us every once in a while in the regular season. That was my next roundabout, because we'll be bringing him in every once in a while up on the show during the season to get his take on the Ravens as well as the NFL in itself. So we got that to look forward to as well. Bramante is just a load of information. If you get on my Facebook page, I got it on there. A little knick-knack of what he's doing for Baltimore. And they actually offered him a position we just lost Trey. They actually offered him a position, and he's questioning whether or not he's going to take it. He's been coaching all of his life. He's getting to that point where retirement looks so much better each and every year. So we'll find out if he remains with the Baltimore Ravens as a coach, or what he will do for them. But that will be a real interesting situation for the Ravens. This is a make or break season, regardless of what you say, because right away, if they're not a good football team, that front office, which, by the way, some of them need to be fired. Okay, because it didn't need to get to this, right, Cuervo? It didn't need to get to where the Baltimore Ravens are trying to, right this guy, get him home, and a lot of that is front office. I guess it depends on who's firing the shot to say, yes, we'll pay you $50 million. And so now if that's an owner that finally broke down to do that, great. But if they were going to give him $50 million, they should have just stopped that nonsense, because it created a lot of nonsense that didn't need to happen off of the field in reality when you think about it. So, I don't know. Was that a right thing, a wrong thing? I don't know. Did they wait they wait to sign the contract right before draft day. So there you go. So, this is a football team right away after 6 games will wonder if they regretted opening up the wallet and to give it to Lamar Jackson. Will they be happy they did it or not? We're going to find out.
Honestly, Sonny, I think the Ravens played themselves. They screwed themselves.
I think
by not getting this deal done prior to last season starting. Because all it did was by waiting to sign Lamar, the market went up.
Absolutely.
Right? And so by not getting the deal done at this point last year before the season started, you wind up paying him more money.
Absolutely.
On top of that,
without proving it too, right, Cuervo?
Well, it's not about proving. I mean, Lamar has won the MVP. I don't question whether he's worth it. I just think, the Ravens, had they done this deal, in August of last season, they could have saved them money over time. And, then they go and they trade for another guy that is his own agent, Roquan Smith, and they pay him buku amounts of money. So I think the Ravens, their mindset, they think that they're going to get, these guys to take, the discount pay, or however you want to say it.
Hometown discount.
Hometown discounts. And I mean, that's just not the way it goes. And the guys they're not like that anymore. Maybe Patrick Mahomes will do it because he has gone on record to say that, hey, I'd like to have more to build around me.
And Kelsey saying the same thing.
Who?
Kelsey saying the same thing.
Yeah, because they get it. But how many Mahomes and Kelseys are there in the NFL? Well, there's only one.
Absolutely. Right.
And
it's not like that team has been loaded, the Ravens being loaded to where he can say this. But here's the thing. The Ravens at the time, I thought it was a good thing for them to do, which in turn it cost them $5 million a year by saying no. They said 135, that's it. So they caused all this off-season drama and all the nonsense for $5 million a year. Now, good, bad, or indifferent, say whatever you want, but I will say that when you take a step back and look at that, is it worth the extra? Would have it been worth the extra $15 million to have everybody happy going into this season? Right, Cuervo? I mean, instead of having the contention of what Lamar Jackson was talking about all year long, and then you question in the back of the mind, was he really hurt for those last games? Never mind the playoff game, right?
Well,
so
you know what?
You got to question that.
We're never going to know the answer because
I know
we can't go back and all of a sudden the Ravens give him that contract this time last year, and then you fast forward to December when he was going through those injuries. We'll never know how hurt he really was, and if the contract situation was the reason why he was.
It was more injury than hurt, right?
Yeah. Was he hurt or was he injured? Because there is a difference. There is a difference between the two. So, but
hey,
we're not going to know the answer.
Yep. So, I don't know. I don't know. See, I don't know. I mean, the Ravens are one of these, we talk about it a lot on the show. We say Jekyll and Hyde team. Well, gosh, if there's a better definition this year, it's them.
We've described the Ravens as that before. Jekyll and Hyde. We've used
the Giants. The Giants were Jekyll and Hyde. What there was another team. I forget which one we thought was. I'll remember it when we go. But there was like 3 teams where God. Oh, it's the Chargers. The Chargers. Oh my God, Jekyll and Hyde. Are they going to be good, bad, or indifferent? It's just it's really interesting how that one will roll down. But the Ravens being in second place, they're a Lamar Jackson injury from last. And Tom said it probably the best. They're only going to go as far as Lamar Jackson is going to be, because if they do lose Lamar Jackson, okay, they got to go to a guy that, he signed a big. You say what Tyler Huntley signed a pretty good contract to play there as a backup quarterback. Not big time numbers, but enough to be respectful, enough to make him what they made him a quote unquote all pro, and I use that term very loosely. From a team from last year. So Tyler Huntley, it's going to be, and then they still got Josh Johnson, which is a total waste of money. I don't care how cheap they pay this guy. He is a total disaster. And then they got Anthony Brown. I kind of like Anthony Brown backing it up. So we already seen what this team can do without Lamar Jackson for the past 2 seasons when he's been injured, and it wasn't pretty, regardless who was back there. So the question will be, Tyler, it was 13 games for Tyler Huntley, okay, in 2021, 2022. He threw for 1739, 5 touchdowns, and the big number 7 interceptions in relief, and that's just not good. So there's a lot of things that the Ravens have to clean up. And if you watched that little clip I put of Dominic Belmonte, there was a part on there. He says, "How much do you believe?" He's talking to the defense, by the way, because I asked him who was he talking to. He was talking to the defense. How much do you believe in this squad? That's the biggest question that every Raven fan has to ask himself going into it, because say whatever you want, that contract is a make or break for 2022 for the Ravens to be up there and at least make the playoffs. Okay, if they don't make the playoffs, wow, it's going to be really interesting.
Well, and let me kind of take it one step further, because you mentioned make or break, right? I think I wouldn't quite describe it as make or break. And I'm assuming you're talking about John Harbaugh.
I am
make or break. Yeah, I just think that if every year the room for error for John Harbaugh gets smaller and smaller, right? So this year, if they don't make the playoffs, he's gone. And I say that because he's one of those guys, he's one of those coaches that it was Super Bowl, that was the peak.
Yes.
Ever since then, it's gone worse and worse and worse and worse.
Yes.
Even with Lamar Jackson. And not to discredit the MVP season that Lamar Jackson had. Again, I mean, you can't take that away from him, right?
No.
He's shown that he can dominate a football game when it needs to be done. Lamar can do that. He has the capability. He's got the talent. Okay. The problem, though, is that the expectation for the Ravens and for John Harbaugh, now that Lamar's taken care of, they've got Odell Beckham Jr. They drafted Zay Flowers. It's almost like it's not, hey, Lamar, no excuses. It's, hey, John, no excuses. We got your quarterback paid. We drafted the receiver. We signed a veteran guy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line might be the only thing that John might argue, like, hey, I lost some O linemen. How you expect us to operate with the lack of offensive line talent or whatever. Okay. Either way, though, defense, solid. Running game, very good. Passing game, we'll see. You get your quarterback paid. Hey, everything's there. You got the best kicker, record-breaking kicker that can help you win games.
Without question.
So
Which, by the way, he's not getting paid enough either, but he'll never get that money.
No, yeah, I mean, kickers get, the running backs think they get disrespected. Kickers don't matter until they matter. With 4 seconds left. Then it's like, oh man, we are so thankful that we have Justin Tucker. Then you know what? Pay him like he needs to be paid. He's a record-breaking kicker. So, with that all being said, Sonny, I think all the pressure for this season with the Baltimore Ravens is on John Harbaugh. If they don't make the playoffs, I'm slapping the table. He will get fired.
Listen. Get fired. All right, let me ask you a question because I'm a step ahead of you on that. Who do they hire as the head coach if they decide to make that step? I've got a name in mind. I don't know if I should let you know what I think, but I got a name in mind that may or may not be able to help them.
Well, you might have more insider info than I do on this. And that's
nope, this is just off the top of my head.
Who do I see coaching the Baltimore Ravens if Harbaugh gets fired? That's tough.
Well, here, I'll give you mine.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll give you mine, okay? So that being said, this year, he made a couple of trips, okay? All right. As far as this guy is concerned, when you look at head coaches, where he's been and who he was coaching to get them to where they are, he's now the offensive coordinator down in Houston. Cliff Kingsbury has to be maybe a thought. And I say the reason why he has to be a thought is because of what he does with quarterbacks and the quarterbacks that they're talking about. Now, he couldn't get the job down in Arizona with what's his name? His name's slipping my mind. Arizona quarterback.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray. Couldn't seem to get that job done there. Based upon what his coaching style is, that's a Lamar Jackson coach in reality. Now, whether or not they can build the offense, I mean, now this is what I don't think Cliff Kingsbury got enough credit for, is creating an offense for that player. So much so, he changed how the offensive line protects a running quarterback. Now, granted, Kyler Murray wasn't getting the job done, but if you watch Cardinals' offensive line for the last 2 years he was the coach there, he created a new offense that most people cannot create because the NFL is so different, and that's the reason why they did have somewhat success there. Now, whether or not that would happen if they hired him, I don't know, but I'm saying right now about the only person I can think of right now that could maybe take over a Lamar Jackson-led offense, it might be only Cliff Kingsbury because of the experience he has on the NFL level, and plus the experience he has with the running type quarterbacks within college at Texas A&M.
You know what, Sonny? I got a name for you.
Okay.
I just thought of it. And this is going to go completely against what I've been saying, in my opinion, on this guy.
Oh my gosh. I know. I think wait. This is the fun part of it. I think I figured this out. Hold on. I got to write this down.
You're probably going to get it because you know how I think. I know how you think.
Hold on. All right. Go ahead. All right, go ahead. I got it written down right here.
So again, it's gone completely against what I think of the guy, but you know what? He makes a move. He changes teams, and I think if he can get their offense in a much, if he can improve the offense so much, I think he'll get calls, and I think he'll finally wind up getting a job. Go ahead.
And his name is?
His name is
old Bears coach, offensive coordinator for the Chiefs. No?
I thought about him and you're Matt Nagy, right? That you're talking about.
That's yeah.
But who did he take over for?
Who did Nagy take over for?
As the Chiefs offensive coordinator.
Oh, the Chief, Eric Bieniemy, yeah. Which, by the way, is causing a lot. Which, by the way, you and I, not a Bieniemy fan. I think I almost fell in love with Eric Bieniemy with some of the news that came out last week.
So if he can get the Washington Commanders offense to be, let's just say, middle of the pack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they were bottom of the barrel last year. They've been bottom of the barrel for a while now. But if he can improve that offense to the point where they're average, middle of the pack, maybe even top 12 offense.
God, could you imagine?
And John Harbaugh gets fired. Eric Bieniemy is going to go to the Baltimore Ravens and be their head coach.
Interestingly,
imagine what he can do with Lamar Jackson.
Well, think about this. What about Matt Nagy? What can he do with the Lamar Jackson? I mean, look what he's doing now with Patrick Mahomes. You know, say whatever you want. I don't know. So, you know, interesting. Those are two good names. I mean, I think those are two games. Amazing how close we were, just not there. Yeah, I say whatever you want. When all that problems came up with Eric Bieniemy and Patrick Mahomes, I'm telling you right now, that was a Matt Nagy led offense. You say whatever you want about what's going on. And by the way, and I'm going to tell you another reason why that was. Okay, have you had the opportunity to watch the quarterbacks on Netflix?
I watched like one episode, Sonny. I gotta go see it because I've heard a lot of good things about that documentary.
The first one's too long. The rest of it is outstanding. So I'll just tell you that. They're just doing the backup and all that. Yeah, as they go through the season, it's much better. I will. The first one, give it the second and third episode. You'll be hooked by that. But I'm going to tell you what I saw. What I saw in that was it just stood out to me so much. When Patrick Mahomes went to the side to sit on the bench, Bieniemy wasn't right next to him in his ear or anything. He was down the way a little bit. In other words, two linemen in between them, and they're trying to communicate. There is a communication problem going on between Bieniemy and Patrick Mahomes, and it was your boy that was probably doing it in the ear more so than anything because he was up in the boots as far as that's concerned. So Matt Nagy, I think, was more in Patrick Mahomes' ear than Eric Bieniemy because we heard about the static during the season and you saw it. I mean, listen, all I know is whenever you have a quarterback who comes off the field, okay, he checks in with the head coach and says, "Coach, I'm sorry, I got to get figured out." He goes, sits down. What comes next, Cuervo? The offensive coordinator almost crowding him off of the bench, saying, "Listen, this is what you got to do." And that wasn't with Patrick Mahomes and Eric Bieniemy. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think there's something to that too.
So, well, then you know what? Then maybe I kind of draw back from what I said because I haven't watched it yet. And you know what? If that is the case, and Bieniemy is not the guy that is the first one that comes to Mahomes, then it's not about whether Bieniemy has the intelligence to be an offensive coordinator. That's just one part of it. Okay.
Right.
When you are a coach in sports or whatever, and I've never been, but I would imagine, you got to know what you're talking about, right? Obviously.
Right.
If you're going to coach a team, you got to know the sport, you got to know the game, you got to know the
position.
But the other half of what you have to display as a coach, you got to display leadership. And that I do know about. And so if that is the case, and Bieniemy is not the first guy that is up his quarterback's ass about, hey, what do you think went wrong? Whatever. Then maybe Bieniemy's not head coach, and maybe that's why he doesn't get hired as a head coach. Because
and maybe that's the reason why, just to throw a little heat onto it, maybe it is Patrick Mahomes saying, "Listen, I'm not dealing with this fool. I'm not dealing with it, Bieniemy, which what is the big talk been this week is he's on your ass all the time, coach. The problem is that, and I think it's clear, and I could be wrong, and I've always been a lot of times wrong. This relationship is Patrick Mahomes and Eric Bieniemy, and it got to the point where Mahomes said, listen, I've had enough of this stuff. Okay, you need to stay out of my face until I call you. Instead of should it be? The other way around. No, come to me. I'm talking to you, dude. Listen. And I think Matt Nagy gets it. I think he gets it. And that is when you got a superstar in Patrick Mahomes, you do wait for him to come talk to you. I think that's where the situation is because, listen, Patrick Mahomes, okay, Joe Burrow, these guys, they don't need that. They need advice when they think they need it. And I think Matt Nagy might have figured that out. And the communication wasn't between Eric Bieniemy and Patrick Mahomes. I got to believe it was in the headsets on the sideline with Matt Nagy talking to him. And that's one of the reasons why you've seen the move. At least in my opinion, that's the reason why you've seen the move. That's the reason why if you're not going to get communication with your quote-unquote offensive coordinator and your quarterback, that's a relationship that you can't come back from, and they had to let him go.
Right.
So,
well,
but
it's almost like you wish you had Nagy's or his leadership, because it seems like he's got the leadership thing down, right? But then the enemy has the intelligence thing down. If you could just get them, put them both together, right?
Let's hold hands. Let's be happy.
But I mean, you wish either Nagy had the intelligence or Bieniemy had the leadership, because those guys would be way more successful as head coaches. Nagy would have done a better job in Chicago. Bieniemy would already be a head coach, but they both lack the one half that the other one has.
I get it. So put them together and make one, Eric Nagy. Eric Nagy.
If Eric Nagy was a person, or Matt Bieniemy, then he'd be a damn good head coach.
Damn right. So all right, now I don't know if we spewed, but that's okay. That's why I love this show. All right, we both have Cincinnati win the division.
Cincinnati,
right?
Look, all I'm going to say about the Bengals is they're the perfect example of the fortune that a team can have by just all it takes is a couple of
absolutely. I agree. But one thing I will say is if they don't protect that guy, they could be first to worst. I mean, because after, say whatever you want, okay, when you're talking about your quarterback, right? Your quarterback is either going to make or break and your football team, and whether or not you're going to have Joe Burrows delivering the ball to the wide receiver, right? I mean, let's just talk about it. He is that, but it is Trevor Siemian backing him up, and I almost like the move. I wish I could see more of Trevor Siemian, but say that about he's got 35 games under his belt as an NFL quarterback. So you got to look at that. They got that from 2015, 2022. So he does have that NFL experience, although it's bad NFL experience. We've seen how bad it can be. Maybe he can learn a little bit more, and that will come from the coaching staff. And believe me, that coaching staff has got the Joe Burrow situation under control, and everybody loves everybody right now, especially with the potential of where they should be, which should be the AFC Championship game. I think anything less than that will be a down part for the Bengals for this season. So we're going to have to watch out, see how. And basically it comes down to, will Joe Burrow be healthy? And that's the only thing you can really say about that. And then after that, if you get him healthy, you got to protect your quarterback. And they did absolutely nothing in the offseason to really, really get into that. Go ahead, Cuervo.
Time out. Yes, they did, Sonny. They spent more money on the offensive line in free agency when they signed Orlando Brown Jr. They've invested even more. So look,
broken down. I mean, yeah, I know they signed him, but Cuervo, Jesus, is he as old as I am? I'm 56. Is he 56 yet? I mean, Jesus. I mean, this guy's been in the league forever.
He's not that. No, he has not, Sonny. He's
it just seems like it. Although in his prime, I'm digging that. How much of in the prime is he? Who else did they get? I knew about Orlando Brown. Don't get me wrong. I know who Orlando Brown is, Jenny. I do know who he is, and I do know his potential, but I also know how old the guy is and how beat up he's been in reality as too.
Well, I don't know what team he came from, but they also signed a guard from in Cody Ford. I don't remember what team he came from, but when I'm looking at the key additions, Orlando Brown and Cody Ford are two guys that come up.
Ford needs to step up his game, just to let you know. Okay, I think that was a potential get, and what I mean by that is they see a potential in that guy that other people didn't see, but would fit in this mold. So I see why they got it, but I'm not completely sold up on that as far as that is concerned. So hey.
David's a Bear fan too, huh?
Yeah, hey, and Cuervo, I by the way, I've never said how much I love this guy, that being Cuervo. Here you go.
First touch for DJ Moore. They used him in a ton of ways in Carolina. This was one of them, and there he goes. Goodbye touchdown. Welcome to Chicago. DJ Moore, 62 yards. Doesn't have to be a down the field throw in order to go the distance, and that's why the Bears made the trade for this player.
Will we see that? We're going to talk about that in just a moment. What we need to do.
Number one, by the way.
Yeah, hey, there you go. So, by the way, okay. So here's what we're going to do. Because Sonny, I have no coffee. Oh, I'm sorry. I have no coffee. So we need to go get coffee. I need to deposit the coffee I already got. Yeah, be careful. I got to deposit the coffee I already got. So we'll do this. We'll take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we're going to hit the NFC North and what is expected from the NFC North moving forward. Yep, you got the Bears thing going on. So we're going to do that. We're going to take the quick break here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. When we come back, we'll do this. We'll take a 3-minute break, Cuervo. A 3-minute break. Because guess what? It is the NFL time, and it's time to do this. What? It's time you play to
That's
win.
the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. You don't play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then we're tired. Get out. We couldn't do diddly poo offensively. We couldn't make a push down. We couldn't run the ball. We didn't try to run the ball. We couldn't complete a pass. We sucked. We sucked. You play to win the game. That's better. You don't play to just play it. Perform like that. You don't play to win. What's that? You start telling me we suck. It doesn't matter. Then we're tired. You kidding me? Playoffs? What's that? Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? Playoffs? That's pitiful. Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game. Another game.
Get off my coach's backs. Get off the players' backs. I'm responsible for the whole thing. I'm responsible for the whole thing. Okay.
The Bears are who we thought they were. That's why we took the damn field. Now, you want to crown them? They crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
I told you what I'm gonna do now. Now you wanna what I'm gonna do because I'm contingency of that. Wanna know what I'm gonna do in a contingency of that. All of which are hypothetical.
I'm the coach of the team. I decide
who's playing.
I decide who plays, when they play, where they play. That's why we took the damn field. That's why we took the damn field.
What next? You play to win the game.
I want winners.
You don't play to just play it.
I want people that want to win. This is how I believe, okay? I'm from the old school. Our formula is this. We go out, we hit people in the mouth, number one. Number two, we cannot give them the game. Number three,
Hello? We suck.
I tell you the truth.
Right now, that person is not sold out to be part of this team. Cannot play with him.
You play to win the game.
Cannot win with him.
Playoffs. Hello?
Cannot coach with him.
That is so much crap.
Can't do it.
You play to win.
You don't know what we're trying to do. You guys don't look at the films. You don't know what happened. You really don't know. You think you know, but you really don't know. And you never will.
I'm getting all the damn heat with everybody, each and every one of y'all hammering my tail. I don't coach that way. I don't coach them to do that type of thing.
See that? That's your IQ, buddy.
I don't coach that way.
See that? That's your IQ, buddy. 0.
I don't really care. I gotta tell you the truth.
I know I'm smarter than that.
You play to win the game. Playoffs. You don't play to just play it. You don't play to win. When you start helping me, it doesn't matter. You're retired. Get out.
Yesterday's yesterday, today's today, tomorrow will be tomorrow.
Playoffs?
Thanks, Coach.
I love it. You play to win the game. That's one of my favorites. And, we use that as a, quick break, needing to take things taken care of. By the way, guys, don't forget about the Couch Potato Sports Show right here next week. Former Jacksonville Jaguar linebacker Tom McManus joins us as we're going to break down the AFC and NFC South next week. Guys, this guy, first of all, Tom McManus is my all-time favorite Jaguar, and he goes back not because he comes up on my show. I loved that guy before he started coming on my show 12 years ago. 12-year relationship with Tom McManus. We pioneered internet radio on the sports side of it, and we're now doing it with the video, and the video comes from Cuervo. Cuervo's like, we need to do this on video. And so he said, hey, he said it, I just did it. Atypical. It's almost like Cuervo's my internet radio TV wife. If he says we got to do it, we got to do it. So he's up on top of it, and that's the reason why you're seeing us here. Also, guess what? We are not very far away from the 26th of August when we will have Saxe Mustang High School football right here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. We do it our own way from the booth. Now, granted, everybody, well, why are you doing it from the booth this way? Why aren't you showing the game? It's because we can't. But we do also, all kinds of things as far as graphics and everything, first down, everything, up on there to make it to where it is watchable, which, by the way, we want to thank all the sponsors that you heard from at the beginning of the show. Most of them are coming back for our second year for Saxe Mustang football. And guys, I'm going to tell you right now, it is so much fun being back in the booth. Last year was our first year after 2 years of COVID kicked us out of the booth. And let me tell you something, that killed me. That killed me as a person. It killed me who I am, because that's just what we do best. Join me, as well as the Eagle Eye Bill Serna and Big Red Butch Weston on the call on Saxe Mustangs football right here, Texas high school football. It's what life is all about. If you don't know it, you don't live in Texas. It's either you're watching football or you're watching your daughter be the cheerleader. So it's pretty much all you got going on down here in Texas, because it's a way of life. And say whatever you want about the way of life down here. It's pretty bad. But Maryland. When I'm done with this, I will be back on. I will give you a call, because I was actually I was thinking of another way that we could quite possibly do this, and I've been getting lots of messages, and I haven't been going to them. Give me 2 seconds, because I want to check the messages that are up on the board. I got she even sent me the picture. I need to copy this image, or actually I got to save it and I'll upload it. Because what makes me really mad is that Tarvin is the winner of this of the trophy. All right, so I hit that, and I got Obi's email address, so we will get him in. I'm going to show you the trophy from what am I doing? I don't answer. I hit the wrong button there. I hit Obi. All right, so now I got to go here, and I gotta figure out how to up while the show is on. I don't think I can. Oh no, I can't. I just got to do it a different way. That being said, make sure you join us when we are doing the high school football. There it is, StreamYard, and I'm going to upload the picture of the trophy Maryland finished up. Hold on. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I need. What? Yeah, maybe I do. All right, so give me a second. All right, yep, I got to do that. Hit that. I'm uploading the picture of the trophy real quick. Wait, where did I put it? What? Doggone it! Give me 2 seconds, guys, because this is important. Where is it? Where's the? Is it right here? Wait. Yeah, is it here? Wait. I hear Cuervo. Is that Cuervo? Oh wait, hold on. All right. So, yeah. Well, I'm trying to get everywhere. Hold on. All right, there you are. All right, the plaque is done. And for Brian Tarvin, punk. Our buddy Brian Tarvin wins the pick'em, and I got to get I had the picture. Oh, here it is. And that's what it is. I didn't save it correctly. And save image and desktop. All right, there. And I'm going to upload the trophy that was sent out. Now, this is actually a background. The background with the flowers and everything are not part of the thing. Here it is. Boom. There. Well, I didn't put it in. I'm on the wrong one. This one. All right, here we go. Brand all the way down the bottom. Here is the trophy that Brian got the first one. Here is the second one. Here's the bragging for Brian Tarvin. Won the Couch Potato Sports Shop bragging rights. Next year, we're going to have something familiar to that one. I sure hope that's going to be in at my place. That's what I'm hoping. Now, the flowers, she's not sending the flowers, but that's the plaque for last year's winning the pick'em game. All right, so I see who's back with us. How you doing there?
Talking to me? Okay, there you are.
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Well, I had the last year's trophy in front of my face. I couldn't tell if I was on or not. There is like nothing. Once you cross the state line of Texas and Oklahoma, there is nothing until you get to Ardmore.
I know. We lost you. So
yeah. I say restart the show. Let's all start all over again. Go ahead.
No. Although I only get Cuervo for so long on a Sunday as it is. His wife is probably going, "What the hell are you guys doing?" That being said, that's the name of the show. Look out for the trophy. Get bragging rights. Send me the email.
That's why you have wives. Okay, that's why you move away from them.
Exactly. I know. Space. I know. It's Sunday. For Sonny Clark is right here.
Can't get away from you, Trey.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what it is. All right, now it is time. We need to get into the NFC and the NFC North and what that's all about. Okay, the NFC North is one of those divisions of football. Okay, that are it's kind of hard to look at this division of football and take it seriously. Yeah, I just said it because it's like Forrest Gump's box of chocolates. You just don't know what you're going to get out of the NFC North right now. Now, years past, we used to be able to figure this out. Cuervo is usually, the green team you hate. And then the Bears maybe third, fourth, or second, third or fourth or second, or whoever, wherever. This year, it's a total different. It's like they went in for the facelift as far as the NFC North is concerned. And what's going to come out after all the healing, because you get all the swelling and everything and all that. And then after the healing, how does it pretty up? So my question, as far as the NFC, Cuervo, I'm just going to ask you. We know what we've seen from the NFC North for the last, 14 years you and I have been doing this. We've seen a very mediocre outside of Green Bay. This is a year where is the whole division mediocre? Or is one going to stand out and come to light? What do you think when you look at the NFC North, Cuervo?
I think with the NFC North, obviously a lot of change, right? One team is for sure going through a change, and you're used to seeing them being a strong playoff team, and you can call it my bias if you want, but it's just not going to happen this year. They're not going to make the playoffs. They're not going to be a 12-win team like they normally are, and they're just not going to. They're just not the same team. I would not say that the rest of the division is mediocre. I mean, we've seen the Minnesota Vikings have 13-3 seasons, 12-4 seasons. It's just like I mentioned in our group chat. Minnesota does well in the regular season. They're a good regular season team. Come playoffs, though, they just crap the bed. That's what happens.
That's like the Cowboys.
Right. Well, boys, and go back 2 years, maybe. Well, not last year or the year before, but the year before that, that was a Baltimore Raven thing, right? I mean, they couldn't get the job done. They crapped the bed. There are a lot of teams that fall in the definition of crap in the bed. Some do it all season long. That should be better. And the name that comes to my mind when I think of that one's the Chargers. Talking about a team that has never lived up to the potential of what they have been able to do for the last 10 years. That's that.
Talk about Sonny, talk about a franchise that just wastes talent.
Oh, God.
Wastes.
Keenan Allen.
I'm talking before that. Yeah, 3 Hall of Famers.
Yeah, well, that's
true. The San Diego Chargers and did nothing. Nothing.
Yep. Phillip Rivers, make it. He went through a string of about 9 years. Made the playoffs, missed the playoffs. Made the playoffs, missed the playoffs. That's the way they kind of went as far as that. Even with Phillip Rivers, the quote unquote Hall of Famer. So so I'm just going to ask. We're gonna
come to. Is he a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We're going to take the fork, and is Phillip Rivers a Hall of Famer, except the Hall of Famer of making kids? This guy's got a lot of kids. So, I mean, outside of that, I mean, is he a Hall of Famer? Has he done what a Dan Marino has been able to do in order to be a Hall of Famer without a Super Bowl?
But Marino went to a Super Bowl, though.
Huh?
He went to a Super Bowl, though.
I know, but that's the point. Has he done enough of what Dan Marino has done for Phillip Rivers to be in the Hall of Fame? And frankly, and we can argue this. I argue this with my brother all the time. Okay. All right. It's not whether or not you've got numbers to do it. Okay. We have that argument every week, when I give my weekly jab to Frank Gore. You can have all the numbers in the world, but what did you do with those numbers? Okay. And those numbers, were you a superstar? Were you great? And now Phillip Rivers shown flashes he could be a superstar, but the problem is it wasn't superstar enough, I think, in reality. Now, I know people are going to say, Sonny, you're crazy. Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer. Now, what I will say is if you want to do that, that's fine. If you think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, okay, the only thing I'm going to tell you in reality is when you start talking talent and when you start talking about a guy that can do what he needs to do in order to be there, if you think that Phillip Rivers is a first ballot Hall of Famer,
I'm smarter than that son.
He's not. Now, will he maybe eventually get in? Yes. I don't think he should, but I'm serious. They need to open up a Hall of Fame and right next door to it, make a Hall of Good. Okay? Or maybe even say great, but not Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame, Hall of Great, Hall. And then fill them up, because I think you could put, Frank Gore. I don't even think you want to put him in a Hall of Great. I just think you want to put him in a Hall. So maybe the maybe the janitorial room. I don't know.
Well, here, I got something for you. Let's compare him to Tony Romo, okay? Just because.
Sure. Right. Go ahead.
And by the way, I don't think Tony Romo's a Hall of Famer either, so I'm just going to
come
out there. He does not belong in the Hall of Fame. Didn't do enough. Okay, games played. Philip Rivers never got hurt. 244 games. Romo 156. Game started. Rivers had 240. Romo had 127. Wins as a starter. Rivers 134. Romo 78. Losses. Remember, he started 134 games for Rivers. He lost 106. Romo lost 49. No, neither quarterback had a tie. Romo's got him on winning percentage, 6.641 or 614. Sorry, dyslexia is a horrible thing. Pass completions. Rivers threw the ball more. 5,277 to Romo's 2,829. Let's see here. Completion percentage. Romo got. Huh?
How many years?
How many years?
I think Rivers played more years than Romo. Maybe double.
Let's see. From trying to remember here.
I probably shouldn't have threw that curveball right now.
You kind of did. You kind of did. I'll get back to that. Okay.
Yeah, get back
yards,
to that. Yeah.
Okay, passing yards. Rivers has got him beat with 63,440 to Romo's 34,183.
Probably double the years.
Yeah. Philip Rivers threw for 421 touchdowns. Romo for 248. Touchdown percentage, though, Romo's got him beat by 0.5%. Interceptions, he's thrown Rivers to for 209 interceptions. Romo threw for 117. The game-winning drives, if that matters, Rivers has 36. Romo has 30.
Well, hold on, it does matter. By the way, that does matter.
Well, for those who question it, quarterback rating. Philip Rivers 95.2, Romo 97.1. So kind of neck and neck there. So as far as years played, this is from. Let's see here. I don't really have that up there. I'll do some more research on that.
Romo played for 7 years, didn't he? I mean, I think he played for like 6 or 7 years, and I know Philip Rivers played for at least 10. He might have played for more, maybe 12
in total.
Yeah, Rivers. How long did he play?
Oh God, he played almost 20.
Really? I didn't know. I mean, I know he played a long time.
17, I think it was. 17 years, I believe.
So, but now to Rivers' credit, he's played on some bad teams in the last. I mean, in the beginning when he first got there, to because of his face it, he was supposed to go to the Giants. It wasn't until Eli Manning pulled the fastball saying, well, wait a minute now. If that happens, I'm not going to play at all. So,
16 years. 17 years.
Yeah. To where Romo didn't even last. I mean, he may have been in the league for 10 years, but he didn't play for 10 years. So.
Yeah. Right.
So, anyway.
Yeah, so. For those with the longevity argument, you can maybe throw them in there because of longevity. I mean, because that's all we talk about Frank Gore's longevity.
Passing yards is pretty good because 63,000 yards is pretty good. That's the Marino-esque. But then again, Marino went to a Super Bowl, didn't win, but he went to win. Rivers never got to see it. Now Rivers had 7 playoff appearances, whereas Romo had 4. But that's not just a quarterback thing. That's a total team effort right there. So.
And that doesn't count in Indiana when they grabbed him up in Indianapolis, hoping that he could be the,
I totally forgot about that.
The savior, and it didn't happen. But all right, now, all right. So let's back this up. Back to the NFC North. Team in the 4th position. I think everybody is right there with the Green Bay Packers from hold on, let me turn this over because everybody who is declared, I mean, as of right now, has Green Bay last in this division, obviously losing their main portion of it. And you say whatever you want about a guy like an Aaron Rodgers. You can hate him for all of his craziness that he is all about, but you can't take away from the 2 MVPs. You can't take away from the Super Bowl. You can't take away from 16 years of being a stud. Now, he may be one of these flaky, crazy people that I don't understand, what they do, when they do, why they do it. But at the same time, he's an off the field problem when his mouth is moving. But as far as what he does, he's not in trouble with the law or anything. So you lose this guy, and say whatever you want. That's a good 70% of your team. Okay, now think about that. The rest of this, you're thinking, well, 70%. You got another 30%, and that's the last. Not take away from last year, the 2 to 3 years before, you were talking about a defense that was competent. Okay. Notice how I didn't say great. Notice how I didn't outstanding. They were competent. They were competent because they didn't have to be great or outstanding. And that's because you had an Aaron Rodgers that can bring you back into what? Now the whole dynamic of the offense changes with the Jordan Love. And say whatever you want. I don't know. I don't want to baste Jordan Love, because I haven't seen enough to baste him. Okay, because let's be honest, regardless of whatever the situation is, you're not going to outbeat Aaron Rodgers, regardless where they got you in the draft or how they got you in the draft. That guy wasn't going to see the field unless Aaron Rodgers wasn't on it. So the question
honestly, he learned from Brett Favre.
Yeah, well, exactly. So yeah. So that being said, all right, Cuervo, Green Bay, most hated team probably that you have. I mean, out of all the NFL, the most hated team. Yeah, Cuervo hates them probably more than you and me combined. Okay, because I kind of hate the Green Bay Packers. But this guy hates Green Bay. So look at the Green Bay Packers, Cuervo. Logistically, without hating them because that who they are, this team is. Someone's got to be at the bottom in this division right now, Cuervo, and based upon the loss of 70%, here you are.
Yep. Somebody's got to be at the bottom.
And someone's got to be at the bottom, and just thank God it's not the Bears, right, Cuervo?
You know what? Considering this is going to be a 3-team race, I believe, between the Bears, Lions, and Vikings. I mean, Packers don't fit in that mold right now. So
no,
I think I think the Bears and the Lions are going to be pretty much neck and neck. He's going to be tied for second place. But right now, I think the odds on favorites are Vikings. So that's just
we'll talk about that in just a moment. We're talking about the 4th place team we think are the Packers. Now, what did I say about your season this year, Cuervo? Your backup quarterback position, I think, is important this year. It might be the most important. Maybe it's because I just thought of it, but I think it's going to be most important this year. Okay, here are the backups in the Green Bay Packer line: Sean Clifford, Danny Etling, and Alex McGaw. Okay, now the only reason why you would know that is if you know who these people are when they were in college. When I looked at the names, Cuervo, I never heard of them. Never heard of them. So that means I didn't even hear from them from a good college to even think about what they can do in the NFL. So the team that has probably where you got the most panic points at quarterback, probably the Green Bay Packers, because your starting quarterback could be part of the problem as well. So you got Love, Clifford, Etling, and McGaw. The only one you've heard of is Jordan Love because he was that guy that they picked to maybe replace Aaron Rodgers.
I have a question. Yeah. I have a question real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What happens if the Packers start off 3-5?
What? Hey,
I mean, if they start off 3-5, and he's got 10 interceptions already with only 2 touchdowns and can't move the ball up and down the field, what do they do?
Well, I don't know, but if they start off 3-5, they better be jumping for joy. Because as much as I want to be optimistic for Jordan Love, because I think I like him. Because he handled this situation with Aaron Rodgers so good. He kept his mouth shut. He didn't say squat. Okay? He just came, joined the team, did his job, collect his check. All right. He did it right, in other words. So I don't know about anybody else. When the guy does it right, I want to see success for the guy. I just don't know how much you're going to get it because I take away from everything else on this football team. What's happening? Name their number one or wide receiver on the offensive side of the ball. Name a guy on the defensive side where you go, holy crap. Any other team in the NFL would want him. You just don't see it. You're just not seeing it.
Yeah, you haven't got that.
Cuervo. So that being said, is there any light at the tunnel right now as far as Green Bay is concerned?
No.
That makes him smile so big. Boy, did I lob that one there for you to smile really big. He's loving it. But seriously, even on a serious, you got to wonder where the Green Bay Packers are right now, what they can feel good about. And I don't know if there is anything that they can feel good about.
They're in the depths of hell, right where they belong. That's where they're at.
Okay. Okay. Now, hold on a second. I'm looking at their depth chart right now. I mean, he's going to battle with the same players that Aaron Rodgers pretty much had. He had Aaron Jones. He had Jordan Reed. Okay, well the
Aaron Rodgers, the running back is the running back's a stud. That can help him.
Jones
AJ Dillon's backup.
Yeah, if he don't get hurt again, that's another thing. Whether or not he can.
But the big question is. But the big question is, if this offensive line gets Jordan Love hurt, then we got Sean Clifford as a backup.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Who?
Yeah, exactly.
Golf clap. I give it
exactly.
The golf clap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
the golf clap.
Yeah. So I mean, star power. This is the problem that Aaron Rodgers had being there for the last couple of years. He had no one around him except for maybe George, except for Jaden Reed.
Jones was a good have on his team. Outside of his buddies, right, that he pulled over to the Jets, right, Cuervo? Take him off that team now. This is the Green Bay Packers. Of course he had something to bitch about and not being able to do anything. Yeah. But then we go to the handcuffing of the salary, him getting paid $50 million. That's a big hit. That's a 25% hit on your salary cap. That kills you every year, and the Ravens are going to figure that out as well, as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, so I mean, Watson, right? Christian Watson. They've got they had Lazard. Now he's in New York with Rodgers, so not much talent.
No, he took what little they had on that team with him. Even to what's that wide receiver that old wide Randall Cobb. He even took Randall Cobb away from him. So the Green Bay Packers a lot of trouble.
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay, I'll say their first 8 games. Both you guys predictions. Given what we know now about them, do they win? Do they lose? You tell me. Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Week 1 is Chicago.
I was waiting for y'all to pick.
Oh, huge!
Yeah, week 1 Chicago. At Chicago. Okay. At Atlanta.
Loss.
Okay. Then they play New Orleans at home.
Loss. All of them losses. They're all losses.
Okay, I'll say.
Okay, Falcons, and then who? Who's after Falcons?
Falcons and the Saints at home. Then Detroit at home.
Why is
then they go to Las Vegas. They got a bye week.
They're going to lose the bye week, too.
If they can figure out how to lose in the bye week, that's whether or not.
Then they got at Denver.
Loss.
Then they got at home with Minnesota and the Rams.
Loss.
That's the first game.
We could be talking about a head coach getting fired by week 6.
I was a little
I mean,
far-fetched saying they
seriously,
could be 3
because
and
they
5.
never
I'm not.
limited him in the first place. Whoever that coach is, he was an indoor football guy. They grabbed him up, and when you have Aaron Rodgers, you don't need to do much. Okay, now he's got to prove himself. How much of a rope are they going to give that guy? I forget his name. It's not coming to my head, but he was the only reason why I know of him because he was an indoor football guy. That being said, how much rope are they going to give to hang him? I mean, how many weeks is it going to be? But here's the question. Yeah, but those teams that you're talking about, there's some pretty mediocre football teams in the middle of that, right? And if they figure out how to win those games, I mean, we could be talking totally different here in reality on what you feel about Jordan Love. And it's one of the things I think that's why I can't beat up the guy. We haven't seen really enough of him. I don't even think defensive coordinators have seen enough to him to put a stop to him. So if he can figure out how to turn that around, I mean, literally, you said 3 and 5. They should be jumping for joy if they're 3 and 5. Can you imagine if they end up 4 and 4? I mean, I don't see it, but could you? I mean,
Okay.
Well,
What if at the halfway point the entire city of Green Bay decides to sell the team?
Well, first of all, it's a community-owned team, so they're not going to sell it. That's number one.
Well, they all come together and say we're done losing
They say,
with this crap.
we don't want them here. Well, no, I'm sorry. Lambeau Field's got the gods. They won't allow it. The gods won't allow it. So just so you know. So this is a football team that has always been dependent on a franchise quarterback and a real franchise quarterback. And unfortunately, we don't know if Jordan Love is that guy.
I'll be realistic for a second, guys, about Green Bay. Based on their first half of their schedule, I can see them winning 1, maybe 2 of those games. And that's me being realistic. It's not me being a homer or a hater. That's just how much of a drop that the Packers are going to take.
I see Atlanta and the Raiders for sure. After that,
right?
Atlanta and the Raiders. Did you say the Raiders?
I don't know. I don't know if they'll beat.
I see him maybe beating the Falcons, maybe beating the Saints.
I don't know what
That's about it. That's about it. And depending on how much Seattle's franchise quarterback, we all know who he is, whether or not he can pull them through, maybe 3. That's what I'm saying. If they're 3 and 5, they should be ecstatic. They can, but those mediocre teams are where they need to step up. If you're going to be a good, we say this all the time. If you're going to be a good football team, you need to beat the Saints. You need to beat the Falcons. You need to beat the Lions. You need to beat teams that can be beaten. And right now, the schedule doesn't play out for them to be able to do very much of that. But if they do, they're going to surprise the NFL.
Well, what they need to do is really establish that they got home field advantage and beat the Saints, Trump, the Lions, the Vikings, and the Rams. That's your first 8. That's your first of your 4 home games.
Yeah, so, that's about the only ones I see. If they're going to win, they're going to, and that's when you put the pedal to the metal as a head coach and a team. You need to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Now, I mean, if you're Green Bay and you're about ready to line up against, some of the upper echelon of the NFL, you got to expect losses. But teams that are around in between the 7 and 14 spot rankings within the NFL, if you're a good football team, you got to beat those teams. And they just don't have it. I don't think they have it in their how you say it? Whatever it is. They just don't have it in them to get those victories. So
it's a big word. It's a big word, Sonny. You got this. Come on.
Yeah, big. I should have said big dogs of the NFL. It would have been much better. But thank you very much. Appreciate that. But all right. So I'm glad I came back to this. Huh? Yeah. Maybe you should have stayed on the road. All right. Now, Green Bay, last place. We all understand it. Here's where it gets kind of interesting at the NFC North. I mean, really depending on where you are and what you think. But here's what I know. Not what I think I know, but what I know is every time that I've got on the Lions bandwagon, they have fallen so short of that. And now, Cuervo, we are talking about the Lions making the NFC Championship game. Maybe you go out on the internet, you'll see those stories all day long Okay, now granted, probably some of them are local or they're Lion fans, but even last year, I didn't see, and even where they are now, I don't see them making that step to do it. As far as the Lions are concerned. Okay, now go to what I'm talking about. Backup quarterbacks. Go to backup quarterbacks. Nate Sudfeld, Hendon Hooker, and Adrian Martinez. However, in that, when I say backup for the Lions, okay, right here. Now there is you got to feel a little bit better in reality, I think, because you can say whatever you want about Teddy Bridgewater, okay? This guy coming in off the bench, that's the guy you want. I mean, you want to talk about a guy that defines backup quarterback, I think it would be Teddy Bridgewater, especially after that devastating injury that he had when he was with Minnesota in the offseason, then everybody wrote him off, okay, which hurt my feelings because I'm a Teddy Bridgewater fan. Now, I've lost a little bit on as far as Teddy being a starter, but being a backup, this is a very good pick for the Lions. So all the hype that everybody's talking about, if you do lose your guy at the quarterback position and Jared Goff is going to be out for a while, I think the best place to be in the hands is Teddy Bridgewater. So I think this is a very big pickup for them. Does that change your opinion? Where do you have, Cuervo, the Lions within this division? Because I got them in, obviously we're talking about, I got them in the third spot within their division. Wow, Cuervo's loving Sonny right now because he's going, wow, he either has the Bears winning or he's in second, and I'll take second because I had a chance at the playoff. Anyway, that said, where are you looking at as far as the Lions are concerned, realistically, within this division?
Yeah, realistically, I've gone back and forth with them being either second or third.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is just this whole situation with those players getting suspended and all that for the gambling stuff.
Yes.
I wonder if does it affect the locker room? Is it really bothering them, or are they just kind of like, well, you guys are idiots for what you did, and we're just going to move on with our season? Because there's some talented dudes that got caught doing that, and they're not going to be able to play anymore.
Right.
And so I think on top of that, they had a guy that just retired on them out of nowhere within the past couple days.
Who the Lions did? Who retired?
It was a running back, I believe. They had just signed him. And he just out of nowhere just said, "Nah, I don't want to."
They signed David Montgomery, didn't they? Is he the one that retired?
No, it is not him.
I thought that, okay, because they signed David Montgomery. I was like, God,
that's who it was. So if you remember the name Justin Jackson, he was Austin.
Oh yes,
I
did hear that.
Chargers. Yes. He signed with the Lions, and then he decided to retire.
What did he give her? Now, okay. So, inquiring mind wants to know why did he retire? Does it say in the article or anything on why he decided to go? Not that I believe half of what is written, but
let me think. Let me see.
I mean, did the signing of David Montgomery have anything to do with it? Because listen, when you bring in David Montgomery, you don't bring him to be a backup, I think, in reality. If you're the Lions, you bring him, he's your guy, right, Cuervo? I mean, David Montgomery is their guy at the running back position right now.
Yeah. He is because of the situation. Well, the Jamal Williams, is that his name? Jamal Williams?
But he's going to be on six games. I think some drug tests or something.
He's the guy that signed with the Saints. He signed with the Saints.
Oh, okay.
And so
okay.
Let me see.
Oh yeah, no. He is the gambler. He was one of the gamblers.
Yeah, he is the gambler.
He was one of the gamblers. Oh, no, no, no. He is the gambler. He was one of the gamblers. Oh, no, no, no. He is the gambler. He was one of the gamblers. Oh, no, no, no. He is the gambler. He was one of the gamblers. Wasn't Jameson Williams one of the gamblers?
Yeah, Jameson Williams. Yes, he's a receiver. I'm talking about Jamal Williams, the running back.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
He retired, or he signed with the Saints.
Gotcha. Okay. Got it. Okay. But Jameson Williams
suspended,
getting busted up in that gambling thing. Okay.
You're right.
Listen, I know you've got some love for one of the wide receivers, and that's St. Brown. I know you like him.
I do like St. Brown.
You've made mention that you like this guy, but with Williams being out, I mean, there is a lot of pressure on St. Brown as well as Sam Laporta. And then my guy, they pulled back from Jacksonville, Marvin Jones, which he should have never left the Detroit Lions.
That is your guy.
That is my guy. I love me some Marvin Jones. I don't know why he's not being able to get where he needs to be gotten to, going from one quarterback to the next that are not, maybe in the middle. I don't know, but I will tell you, that has been my guy. But really, think about this also. You got David Montgomery, and then they go ahead and get Gibbs out of Alabama, right? Didn't they draft him? They drafted Gibbs out of Alabama. So what are they doing? They're grabbing up some guys that are from good colleges and stuff. But what I think is a big signing for the Lions, and it's not going to be this year that you're going to see it, but I think Jack Campbell, out of Iowa, the linebacker, I think this guy could be really, 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 really good to him if he can adapt to the NFL speed. That's going to be the big question in reality for him as far as where they're going to go. And when they grabbed him up in the first round, I was like, hey, that's a good move in reality. Maybe not the most, decorated linebacker, but I heard of him. I heard this guy is a stud, and I think he's going to be a stud as well. So, a lot of things for the Lions that you can look up to, but whether or not it'll all come together in one season, I'm just not buying it. As much as I love to take the curveball and take the Lions, I'm not high on the Lions this year. I'm just not.
I'm just surprised that you're not, Sonny, but maybe, I'm on to you though, sir. I think you're doing it because you're trying to do the reverse role, and you secretly
I should have done with my picks last year, and I might have won this damn thing.
You're purposely taking the Lions third because you want them to either win the division or at least make the playoffs. I'm on to you, Sonny Clark. I'm on to you.
They're not making the playoffs.
What you're doing
now? Here's what I will say: is that their quarterback? I always forget his name. What's his name?
Jared Goff.
I always forget his name.
Yes, you do.
This guy, listen, this guy was on fire last year. And look who he was on fire with. Nobody. Okay? He was on fire with nobody. Okay? So it does say that he can do it again. But when it comes to the Lions and their expectations, and fans' expectations of them being good once they kind of look like they're doing well, they always fall short because guess what? It's one of those, how do you say it? You know Cleveland, right? The Cleveland Browns.
You know why? Because that's what I do.
That's what they do, right? All right. And really, even last year wasn't enough for me to take the step. And I logistically this year didn't go with my heart. I went with what I saw.
Mm-hmm. St.
Brown can be a superstar. I think St. Brown can he is that classic definition in my mind, Cuervo, of a step up number 2.
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay. So we lost you there for a moment.
You're talking Lions and Bears, and I had to take a shit.
Yeah. Lions, Bears, oh my. But all right, so Cuervo, looking at realistically, do you have them in third place in this division, or maybe you'll have one foot on the bandwagon? Because I'm not on the bandwagon on the Lions. Just not going to do it. Are you going to have a foot on the bandwagon? Nah, just not going to do it. And when we talk about the other two teams, I'm going to tell you why.
I thought you'd be on the train with Obi, maybe even being the conductor of the hype train. That is the Detroit Lions.
I've known Sonny for a long time. He don't do drugs. I've tried. I've tried to get him to start, but he won't listen.
Yeah.
He just says no, huh? He just says no.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, that damn Nancy Reagan got to him.
Yep.
So,
But, yeah, there's Bryce.
Come on, Sonny.
Anyway.
But no, you were off, Trey, when you jumped off. I'm on to Sonny, and I don't know if you're thinking the same thing. He's picking the Lions to finish third because he secretly wants them to either win the division, make the playoffs. So he's trying to pull an okie doke. Exactly. He's wearing a Pistons shirt. So he's showing his Detroit love today.
See, you know, for me, here's the thing. I think the Lions and the Bears are going to be tied for second place. So I don't think there is a true number 3 in this division. I know who number 4 is going to be the Packers, but number 3, it's going to be a 2-headed race. It's going to be a 3-headed race in the entire division. I think the Vikings come out on top because they're the Vikings and they're a great regular season team. Not so much in the other part, but I'm just letting y'all know. Hey, look, I have to explain myself, Mr. Green Screen. Listen. I think, you know, whatever the deciding factor is determined on a tie if you're either second or third. Is that point differential? Is that I mean, whatever it is. I think the Lions can score more points than the Bears, but and that's only because Justin Fields has to show something to me right now.
Right.
And I think the Lions are really living off the Hard Knocks hangover right now.
Okay.
A lot of people got to see them. Just going to have it this year and next year as well. So, by the way, I've kind of enjoyed the first episode of Hard Knocks this year. I ain't gonna lie, but I like Dan Campbell, but I don't know. I don't know if he's that guy. So,
interestingly enough, there's, you know, depending on what you think you can see in a team, you know, the hype is there, whether it's the hangover from the Hard Knocks or they're believing what they've seen. And I haven't watched it. I don't watch them because when you're on Hard Knocks, your team's going to suck. That says a lot for the Jets. Okay. So, but as far as where certain teams are, the Lions and what their history is, their history says that you know, you can hype us all day long, but And hey, they finished the season out great, wonderful. But really, at the end of the season, you're winning football games and you can't make the playoffs. Who gives a shit, right? You know, it's that syndrome of the fake games at the end of the year when you're winning football games, and you know it goes back to the Brian Hoyer days. Cuervo, remember? When they go back and they, you know, with the Browns, they win 7 useless freaking games, and all of a sudden Brian Hoyer's the savior. Well, he isn't the savior. He is playing on a team that can't make the playoffs and bad football teams at that, and beating bad football teams in reality instead of winning quality football games. That is what the Lions are stuck in. They're in that. They're in that. And I took my heart completely out of it, and I don't think the Lions have it enough. Do I want the Lions to win the division? Yes. I don't think they have enough. And they are 1 quarterback away from being in Green Bay spot in reality. So, I mean, if Jared Goff goes down, you could just forget it. Because if you look at what the Lions were last year, it was all Jared Goff.
But I thought you had so much love for Teddy Bridgewater.
I do have. I know. I'm just.
I mean,
listen,
he is our backup.
But even as a backup, you know, as a backup, yes, but to win, you probably missed it. On a regular season where he's got to play more than 3 or 4 games, Teddy Bridgewater is as useless as a turd in a swimming pool. Okay, it's not going to help. Okay, even the chlorine can't get the turd out of the swimming pool. Okay, you know, as much as, and I do. I got mad. I think though that injury killed this guy. This guy could be one of the top 3 quarterbacks if that injury didn't happen, and he would still be the Minnesota quarterback right now instead of Kirk Cousins and being a superstar. But unfortunately, that injury just ruined his career, and and now you have Kirk Cousins. But
you have mad love for the player, but yet he's ruined.
Say again?
You have mad love for the player, but yet he's ruined.
Well, he's just. I do. I love Teddy Bridgewater.
Well, I can't talk. You got mad love for me too, and you think I'm a shithead, so I get that.
Yeah, there you go. well, look at your guy. Well, no, forget it. I won't go that route.
Oh my God.
On subject. No, forget it. No, I don't want to do it to you.
Now go and talk about my guy. Go ahead.
His last name, quarterback, number 11.
Danny White.
Danny White.
You mean this guy that's on my wall here?
Yeah, that you got mad love there. I
do. And once again, he did go to 3.
I did love Danny.
He did go to 3 NFC Championship games. Didn't win them, but he went there. He got knocked out of one of them. That's not fair.
Yeah, he is very loyal. I'll give him that. So. Yeah.
He's loyal. And the thing is, if you remember one thing though, in 1983, Tex Rand was going to try to trade him.
I know. Yes, I do. I remember.
Because he wanted Elway.
Mm-hmm.
So, it didn't work out so well, but
All right. So, the Lions, I have in 3rd place. Cuervo, where do you slate them down within that division?
Yeah, I think
3rd or 2nd, 3rd or 2nd or 1st.
No, they're not 1st. I can tell you that right now. They're not 1st.
Not 1st. No Lions at the 1st. Trey.
I don't love them that much.
No, I think by the slimmest of margins, I'm going to put them in 2nd place.
Wow. So Lions in 2nd place.
Yep.
Boy, now I'm kind of wondering. I'm kind of wondering. Interesting. All right, Trey, where you got them? Where do you have the Lions?
I got them tied for 2nd. So they're tied for 2nd. So they're going to be a point differential away from being a 3rd or whatnot. I have no idea right now. Really have no idea.
Right.
But I think them and the Bears are tied for 2nd. Just get my Bears pick out there.
Okay, there you go. Well, all right. So that goes to 2nd place in this division. So I'm going to let Cuervo do this one. Based upon the 2 teams that are left, I'm very interested to see where one Cuervo has in 2nd place. So I'm going to let you roll with this one, Cuervo. Who do you have in 2nd place within this division?
The Detroit Lions. We just talked about them.
Wait, hold on. All right. Great. Fine. Wonderful. All right. I was going to let you so. So, all right. So then, he
pissed him off. Way to go.
Yeah, I must have pissed him off because All right. So then, Cuervo, who do you have finishing 3rd in your list? So let's do it that way.
Finishing 3rd?
3rd in this division. The Chicago Bears.
Wow.
3rd in this division. All right, let's talk about this, okay? Because interestingly enough, we all know who he's got first, so that's going to be interesting. But 3rd, you got you don't think you can get past those Lions?
Well, it goes back to what you mentioned. It goes to scoring points, and I just think I want to see the chemistry and the compatibility of the reshaped offense in Chicago before I can say, like, all right, they're legit now. I want to see them kind of.
So you want them to show you that there will be.
I believe it.
So so my question. Okay, I'm going to throw the question. Why? Okay, because here's the reason why. You're a guy that has been on record saying that they got one of the best GMs in the NFL. Absolutely. Don't you trust your guy on what he has put together this year to get past the frickin' Lions?
I do trust the GM, and I think he's done an incredible job.
I think he has too. I looked at it, Cuervo, after I looked at what he did, are you ready for this, Cuervo? I think they had the best offseason as far as gathering talent, whether it be grabbing guys in free agency or grabbing guys out of the draft. This is the guy that knows where some of the deficits are on this football team. I'm telling you right now, I think he is. I think they have had the best off. I can't believe I'm saying this. I think the Chicago Bears had the best offense or offseason of gathering their needs. Now, granted, were they the top tier guys that would fall out right to your laps? No, but they got guys that are written down from most of the experts saying this guy's going to be a stud, and they grabbed those guys up. And I think that that obviously one of the biggest problems with the Bears is are they going to depend upon Justin Fields' feet? And the way they're working, Cuervo, is they're not. And that is the reason why I see the Bears being a really good football team in the near future. So, they're depending on what football is about. It's not about the running quarterback. Now, you can have aspects of the running quarterback, but this guy can do both and do them really well, I think, if they're coached right. And I think they got the right coach right there in Chicago in reality.
100%. Yeah, I'm a fan of Eberflus. So far.
Indianapolis, right? They grabbed him out of Indianapolis.
He was the Indianapolis defensive coordinator, yeah. And then he brought Allen Williams with him. He was the linebacker coach, made him the DC, and then he brought Luke Getsy from Green Bay. So that's where the Bears are at with all that. So yeah, I mean, I just think that, like I said, I mean, there's no doubt. I think that Brian Poles, the GM, is. I can't really say anything too negative about what he's done as far as retooling the roster, let alone the offense. I got to see it now, and I saw. And if yesterday was any indication of what this season is going to look like, okay, well then you know what? Maybe they are going to finish second, and maybe they are.
You mean what you saw yesterday?
First touch for DJ Moore. They use him in a ton of ways in Carolina. This was one of them, and there he goes. Goodbye touchdown. Welcome to Chicago. DJ Moore, 62 yards.
62 yards, DJ Moore.
To the house. First play to DJ Moore.
Yep.
And again, if that's any indication of what we're going to see this season, then it's going to be a good season as Bear fans.
And there's a lot. Listen, and you accused me of not really being a Bears fan. And I've always said I've been a closet Bear fan, right? I've always been a closet Bear fan. Always want them to win, but they always step on their jock whenever they're about ready to do something, and they just do it wrong. Here's my problem with the Bears. Their backup quarterback position, now granted, is PJ Walker. Okay. Listen, he did a great job. I think it was in Carolina. He did a great job backing up. I love this move because those two, they're almost the same guy. And we go back to Baltimore, right? Get the guy that, you don't have to change the offense for them. They don't have to do anything dramatic. The other players can be who they are. Now, if they go to Nathan Peterman, which, by the way, whoever decided that was a good move needs to be fired. And if it's your guy, he needs to be fired. Nathan Peterman is quite possibly one of the worst backup quarterbacks in the NFL. So they need to get rid of this guy and find somebody else. Even the number three, it's almost like Josh Johnson, right? Josh Johnson, he's just so damn bad. That's what you get with Nate. Get someone who has somewhat potential. I'd rather have a rookie. Unsigned free agent rookie, because we know who Nathan Peterman is, and that's just not good enough. So, outside of that, I mean, I love what the Bears have done in this offseason, picking up guys, doing what you need to and getting what you have to be listen, that DJ Moore pickup might be the best pickup in the offseason.
100%. Oh yeah. I mean,
I can't think of anything better as a pickup outside of Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets. I can't think, and never mind what they only had to give up to get him. He's literally a top 5 wide receiver, which is what Baltimore should have done. Baltimore should have figured out how to get DJ Moore over there, and they dropped the ball up on that. That being said, you got the guy with the potential of Justin Field with a solid number 1 wide receiver. It makes the Bears that much better, and not only the defensive mind of the head coach. Are you ready for this, Cuervo? I got the Bears winning this division. I got the Bears winning, and and there's a reason why. We'll talk about obviously here in just a moment. I got the Bears winning this division, so I'll throw it the tray. This guy right there, the egghead right here. Where do you have the Lions? Yeah, I just called you egghead. That's better than some of the things I used to call you. So there you go. It's not too bad. I'm an egghead too, but
okay, Sam. Okay, what's your question?
Yeah, where do you have the Bears in this division?
Tied with the Lions.
With the Lions,
either second or third.
Second or third. So you declared Lions in the third, so I'm putting you at Bears at the second, but same record. All right,
yeah,
so that's what
either 9-8 or 10-7.
So, and Cuervo has his Bears in third place. You almost deserve to be bitch slapped for that alone, but that's okay. I still love you. I cannot believe it. I mean, I can't believe I see more potential in your Chicago Bears than you do, and not even in second place. But I want to tell you the reason. But I mean, you just want to see it first before you believe it. Seeing is believing is what you're saying.
Right.
But what you've seen in the Lions, but okay, so that means what you've seen in the Lions for the last 2 years is better than what you've seen in the Bears for the last 2 years.
Well, I just think because it's more established. It's not about it's better or it's whatever. I just think that because they're more established, the Lions are offensively. I tend to believe. But what scares me is the defense for the Bears. That's right. That is because what I saw yesterday. They still
watch the game
in the run. I'm not really too worried about their pass defense, but stopping the run is it's a scary thought because they had trouble doing it yesterday. That first drive in the beginning of the game, Tajay Sharp, the backup running back for the Titans, I mean, he shredded them.
Yep.
In that first drive. And so that's got me feeling a little nervous. Now, some of the guys didn't play. Some of the starters, Tremaine Edmonds didn't play. I believe Kyler Gordon did play. Tremaine Edmonds didn't play, and Yannick Ngakoue, who they just signed about a week and a half ago, I don't think he played either. So, two of their main defensive pieces didn't play. So maybe what they show in the regular season is a little bit better than what we saw yesterday. So I just gotta, that's the defense makes me nervous, Sonny. That's why I got them third.
Now, granted, I'm not saying that the Bears are going to go far in the playoffs. I'm not going to do that. Obviously, that'd be kind of nuts. I don't know if they have the ability to get out of the first round. That having been said, I think they can get there. I think that, and the reason why is because I have the Vikings in second place. Okay. Sometimes, what do we always say, Cuervo, on this show is watch the damn game, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Watch the damn game. And when I say that, don't watch for always the obvious. Okay. So what's the obvious in Minnesota is Kirk Cousins to JJ, right?
Yeah.
But the part that I watched all year long was Kirk Cousins getting destroyed. Talk about a guy that's taken some hits and a lot of hits over the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't, Cuervo, they didn't do much to do it. I see the rankings as the offensive line for the Vikings from number 10 all the way down to 19. I think they're more 19 than the ones that think that they're around number 10. And the main reason is I don't think they did enough in the offseason to help that. I mean, listen, the Minnesota Vikings, the expectations after this whole year that rolled through is you were expecting them in the NFC Championship game. Okay. You were expecting that. Okay. At least I was. And the way they lost in the playoffs just kills it. Now you take the step back. Let's say whatever you want about how much running backs should be paid. Okay. This team lost a huge portion of the pie because of his first of all, not his durability, but his flexibility out of the backfield, never mind running the ball. When you lose your guy at the running back position, which we already, the NFL's talked about it. All the running backs have talked about it. Who's here now? Who's there now? But when you don't have a big cog to help Kirk Cousins, because you're taking away a running game that was productive, now you don't have that running game anymore. And now it's all Kirk Cousins. And if you think he got beat up last year like I did, you just watch this year. And I love me some Kirk Cousins. This is one tough SOB. I'm telling you right now.
Yes,
He's one tough SOB. I think the years are going to catch up to him this year. And I love JJ. I love that combination. But if you're not going to protect your quarterback, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. And after that, who you have as a backup, Nick Mullins. We already know who he is. And then Jared Hall. This is a recipe for disaster for the Vikings, and I don't think they make the playoffs. So that tells where I don't think the Lions are going to make the playoffs either. I don't think, I just don't see it. In other words, I think the NFC North, I feel like you do, Cuervo. Every team in this needs to show it. But I think the team that has got the most potential and running with it is I cannot believe I'm saying this, is your Chicago Bears are the one teams that look like they're actually moving forward than the other three teams taking a step back. And the Vikings losing Kirk Cousins is going to be the definition of the reason why the Vikings ain't going to. I predict that Kirk Cousins is going to be down before midseason. He's going to take a hell of a beating because that offensive line is not number 10. It's probably number 19.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, they did nothing to improve the line or to, create depth. And it's crazy because that GM, that's the guy that the Bears almost
hired
to.
Yeah. And they let Patrick Peterson go. No problem.
Yeah, and I'm glad that didn't happen. So I'm very happy with who they wind up getting. So
they also lost Eric Kendricks as well. Defensively, that's a killer.
Yes.
Okay, Daniel Hunter, Harrison Smith are the only ones that are there on that defensive side. The rest of it, it's not going to. I think the cohesiveness of that defense is not going to be there. And I think. And Justin Fields is just one to burn him for a couple of games, whether he throws it downfield or runs it. They won't be able to stop it. The defense is also taking the step back. If Kirk Cousins is manageable to be healthy all year long, you're going to see the deficits on the defensive side of the ball for the Vikings, and they're not going to get back to where they were, which is in the playoffs and the first round gone. Boy, that was a disappointment last year, wasn't it? I mean, the Vikings not getting out of the first round based upon what was going on, how they won football games. It's just crazy.
Yeah, but you know what?
Oh.
A lot of people saw through the Vikings and knew that they were kind of a fraud. So
Is that what they were thinking? Were they thinking they were a fraud or just not really? They were pretenders more so than contenders.
Pretender, yeah, they're pretenders. They're frauds.
Is that Kirk Cousins? Where's that coming from?
I think. Well, I mean, obviously, I think Cousins plays a part in it, but I just think that a lot of the offense runs through Justin Jefferson. So if you are able to contain Jefferson, then you've pretty much slowed down the whole Viking offense. They don't have a second option like some other teams do. You know, and
yeah, because they lost Thielen. Thielen's gone.
Thielen's gone. You know, in Detroit, you got St. Brown, and then you got, I don't know, whoever it was that you mentioned over there with Detroit. Green Bay, they got Watson, and I don't even know who their second guy is. Now the Bears, on the other hand, you can make fun of it all you want, but after DJ Moore, you got either Darnell Mooney or you got Chase Claypool. So you got a reliable number 2 guy over there.
And a 3. Both of them.
Well, yeah.
Exactly. Flip flop 2 to 3, 2 to 3. They'll flip flop.
Sure. And I love Tyler Scott, the rookie. I like what he brings to the table too. He's, you know, a little speedster type guy. And so it's kind of, like I said, I just need to see it. Do I believe the Bears can finish second or maybe even contend for the division? 100%. But I'm holding off on getting a little too excited because I just got to see it. I got to see it on the field when it matters.
So you got the Vikings win the division.
I have the Vikings winning the division.
All right, Trey. Looking at the Minnesota Vikings, what's your take?
Number
I mean, you got them winning the division, so that's good. Is it just because of the division is really, you know, not the greatest division of football and a lot of talent? Because that's what I get in this division, and any team can step up and win it, except
I think they're going to beat each other up so damn bad. One team's got to be number 1, right? And I think
black and blue division, right, Cuervo?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so I don't think the Lions or the Bears can get past the hump of Minnesota. I think no matter, I know Minnesota's lost some key members. You know, Thielen. Look, I've been playing Thielen on my fantasy team for the last couple of years, and last year was a letdown. You know, Dalvin Cook not going to be there. Maybe. I mean, they can always bring him back. But then again, is it really? Because he's a running back, and it's a pass-happy league, and it's. I mean, they didn't do a lot to establish
but you think about this though. Dalvin Cook. Now, granted, didn't have the season anybody really. But if you look for the 2 years before, this guy was a stud.
That's true, but the thing is, running backs, that stud level they got falls off really quick.
Right. Especially you still have to have a threat there, don't you think, there, Trey?
It depends. I mean, if they do running back by committee, and if they have some solid pass catchers out of there who can also run the ball as well, don't think that's going to be that big of an issue. I think when the fact teams are getting away from establishing the run and just more worried about having the 500-yard passer now.
Right.
I mean, it is the league that we live in, right? So,
I get it.
I mean, if you're a fantasy football player, fan, and you're looking for running backs, you know, good luck trying to find the guy. Because the guy ain't going to be running the ball a lot. Because let's face it, you know, a lot of times when these running backs get the ball, they get hurt. And the way the league is, and we talked about, you know, the big power hits that are happening every year and players getting fined and everything else, ain't going to stop them.
Nope.
So now coaches are going to run these rookie running backs into the ground for the first 4 to 5 years, and then they're going to find out where there's no value. Once again, what we talked about weeks before, right?
Well, Zeke is a classic example of that.
Very much so. So that's why he can't get anywhere. So unless he goes to the Patriots and he learns how to block or he learns how to catch, I'm sure he can do
He
that.
will never make it in New England.
I don't think so either. But once again, it's an option. It's an option that's out there if he wants to go. I mean, if they're the only team throwing something on the table and he got no one else looking, might as well.
He's going to come back to Dallas. I'm telling you right now.
I think he will too.
He'll be a
I think
Dallas
he will
Cowboy.
too. And if you do that, great. Make him a third down back.
Absolutely.
But
use them from the 10 into the. Listen, the only thing Zeke's got left in him is getting touchdowns from the 10 yards in. The guy is a power runner, and you run him, but you just don't pay him to sit on the sideline. So you got to get him for nothing.
He's Frank Gore, so that's where it's how you utilize him.
That's a good point.
That's right. He's Frank Gore.
Yeah. So I've been watching. No, but look, the Vikings. I want to hate Kirk Cousins because he was a Redskins quarterback for so long, but the guy knows how to win. Now, does he know how to win big? No.
And he knows how to make money.
Yeah, he knows how to make money. And he knows how to command an offense. Now, getting him. I mean, let's face it. And once again, football is a total team effort, right? All three phases. We've heard from Jason Garrett for so many years. All three phases, all that shit, right? So, you can't fault a good quarterback with a good offense with a bad defense, and say, well, there's a reason why. The reason why, once again, we had that with Romo. Defense wasn't that great. He didn't have any running backs. He did the best he could. So, but I think, given the fact that this division is going to be the must-see division this year in the NFC, AFC's got their own deal with the North.
Yeah,
I think Justin Fields. This is his make or break year for Justin Fields. He's had a year to get used to it.
Yeah,
now people are going to watch video on him. How does he adapt to that? That'll be a thing. The Lions, like I said, the Hard Knocks hangover they're going to go through right now. They got a great coach. I think he's a great coach. I don't know if he's a great head coach, but he's a great coach. He's a motivator. He gets after it. His players believe in him. I'm all for it. Okay, some teams need that, and the team that's never won ever, they need that. So I think it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch. I'm gonna feel bad for the Packer fans because they go in with a lot of expectations every year, and this is the first year they. Okay, well,
I don't feel bad one bit.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, you're right. But then again, then again, you don't own the Bears. So
then again, what?
Yeah.
Then again, you don't own the Bears.
Now the Packers don't own the Bears anymore. I don't think.
Because of what Roger said about I own you.
Yeah.
No. Because the city of Green Bay owns the Green Bay Packers. So I feel for them when they lose.
Hey, Trey, they don't own shit anymore. They're gonna own a bunch of losses, but they're gonna own.
Hey, keep it real. Hey, I hope so because I am sick to fucking death of Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, all that shit.
Why do you hate that? Okay, before you continue, why do you hate that? Why do you hate Brett Favre? Why do you hate Aaron Rodgers? We all know what Cuervo does.
Well, if you shut up, I'll tell you. Okay.
It's my show. I'll talk when I want.
That's fine. I'll talk over you. I don't give a shit. I'm the podfather, damn it. But you see what I can do. But anyway, years ago, when Brett Favre was starting to climb the mountaintop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys were playing the Packers on Monday Night Football.
That's what it is.
The Cowboys won the game with 7 field goals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they kicked 7 field goals and won the damn game, 21-16. The entire game, Dan Dierdorf, all he talked about was fucking Brett Favre. Brett Favre's a hell of a player. Brett Favre's
a commentator.
I'm not done yet. No, because he was speaking on behalf of the NFL because Chris Berman was saying it. All the people on Fox, all the people on the they were all saying it, right? So he just towing the company line. Okay? They go into halftime, and Gerard says, God, this team is not really looking good, but you got to give it to Brett Favre. He's really putting a lot in there. He's really fighting a good fight. All right, whatever. You can't accept. Game ends. Cowboys wins 21-16. They go in there, and Gerard goes, well, Brett didn't look all that great tonight, unfortunately. And Frank Gifford, God bless him, he says, I bet that hurt to say, didn't it? I mean, I remember that game very vividly. So because the NFL rode the Brett Favre pit for so long, and boy, did that backfire on him. I'm so happy for that.
Hey, but Trey, who was the biggest culprit of doing that?
Oh man,
talking about Brett Favre all game.
Madden was the biggest
Madden.
culprit.
John Madden, my God.
Yeah, and once again, I love Madden. I don't like Dan
Yes,
but I like Madden because. But here's the thing: John Madden gave us Madden football on the game systems. All right, Dierdorf can't do that. So fuck Dan Dierdorf.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the funny T-shirt I'm going to wear. So
Hey, old St. Louis Cardinal, watch your mouth now. All right.
It's not my problem. It's not my fault that he got drafted by a bad team back then.
Yes,
Okay?
I understand.
So anyway, they passed the torch over. I mean, reluctantly, he passed the torch over to Aaron Rodgers.
Absolutely.
He shows the sorriness of Brett Favre because he didn't do what's best for the team. But second of all, Aaron Rodgers. And by the way, that game that happened was against the Cowboys. I was a truck driver at the time. And Cowboys were destroying Favre that night. And next thing I know, he's out, Aaron Rodgers is in, and Rodgers almost brought him back to win.
Mhm.
So that kind of set the stage for what they're going to do.
That game did set the stage.
Yeah. So I was like, oh shit, we got that to look forward to now, right? And he won. By the way, didn't he win more rings than Favre?
Who?
Rodgers. He won 2, right?
Rodgers won 2. Yes.
Okay, because Favre only got 1.
No, Rodgers only won 1. Hold on, I'll find out.
Okay. I know he won the one up here.
Super Bowl?
Yeah, I know he won the one up here when they played Cowboy Stadium. Okay, one apiece. Okay, so they're about that even for me as far. But then of course all the crazy zaniness of Aaron Rodgers. Now once again, I enjoy the Hard Knocks story thing they did on him this past week. Thought it was kind of cool they did it. Once again, it's for TV, so you can take that for what it's worth. But me personally, I just don't like having the NFL throw a legacy at me constantly. Oh, the Green Bay Packers were this and they were that, and they're the Cowboys do this and that too, but they suck as a legacy right now. So you're not shoving that down my throat. So don't shove the Packers. Let me watch the game and enjoy it for what it is. That's just me. So
that's just you.
That's just me. Now don't get me wrong. If the Packers were on TV, I was watching. Why? Because my game was later on that game. We're later on the day, and I missed the kickoff. But look, Jordan Love, God bless him, he's taken over a winnable situation, and the fact that he's taking over 2 legends, gotta call him that.
I know.
Had the helm for a while.
Against him.
Yeah. So I feel bad for the guy. I mean, he can easily be Quincy Carter, or he can be something else.
Good point, and that's what we're going to find out from him this year. Let's just say he gets beat up.
Hey, by the way, I saw your little trophy for the league. Let me show you a football trophy.
I see it.
Yeah.
Listen. I didn't say I'm spending a lot of money. Ask Cuervo. We've been doing this show for 15 years, and we haven't spent a lot of money.
Well, that means I got to give it up in a few weeks. I'm trying to enjoy it.
I mean, I get some patches that you haven't even put it on a shirt yet. That's how much I spent.
Hey, I'm hoping that my fantasy team or my fantasy league gets in line with having title belts, because it'd be nice to load the belts up here, So it'd be nice.
Listen, people would have to throw money in. I ain't paying that, $300 for one of those.
Well, if everybody chipped in $10, you got it, right?
Well, that's if, but we want to make this easy as possible, so make it to keep everybody coming back and playing. So that it is what it is.
Anyway, getting back to the Vikings, I got them finishing first narrowly because it's going to be a 3-dog race.
All right, so there we go. We're up online. all set, ready to go. We have NFC, AFC North done. Next week, the superstar comes on. Former Jacksonville Jaguar linebacker Tom McManus will be joining us live. It's going to be great as we talk Jaguars. I don't know if I love Tom. I love Tommy. He's going to be a hometown man because he was a Jaguar and lives in Jacksonville. I hope I can see past his bias because I don't know how much I believe in my own Jacksonville Jaguar. We'll find out next week how much and see where but it's going to be fun next week. So Tommy Mack, noonish. We got a time we can't change for next week because of his availability. So are you available around noon, Cuervo? You think you'll be able to make it?
Possibly. No, it's because the wife and I are going to a concert Saturday night, and we don't know how the night's gonna go. Might be a long night.
How many adult beverages will be rolling through Cuervo, and whether or not he could be hungover? I mean, wake up next morning and.
Sonny, I don't want to brag, or I don't want you to
this
get too green with envy. We're going to the local casino. We're gonna go see one of her favorites, Smokey Robinson.
Oh my God! I figured it. I know she loves Smokey, and Smokey.
He's coming to WinStar pretty soon, by the way.
Yeah, he's doing the. By the way, he works at WinStar Casino. That being Trey Mack. And it's the old people tour, so he is going to be there. So, but I also heard that Smokey romances the ladies from the stage. I mean, this guy can't get it out of his. And how old is Smokey? He's 80, right? He's about 80.
It's like 120.
Smoky old people.
Yeah,
but,
he's in his 80s.
Yeah, he's in the 80s. So I'm actually surprised your wife loves herself some Smokey. The more I hear about your wife, the more impressed I am with her because you got the love of Motown that I got. So there you go.
There you go. He was born in 1940.
She loves Motown. She loves Motown music.
When?
He was born in 1940.
40? Really?
Yes. So he's 83 years old.
He's 83 and he's still out touring. You got to give it to him. Or is he hard up for money? No.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. He might be 83, but that face is at least 30.
Say that you broke up right when you said
don't
it.
age very much.
I mean, he might be 83, but his face is only 30.
Well, yeah, I mean, that comes from Botox. He's a big Botox guy. Yeah, I've heard he's a big Botox guy, so that's probably the reason why he looks as good as he does. So, big Botox guy. So,
all right, guys. I mean, if you want to go and see a mannequin sing on stage, go see Smokey Robinson. Go ahead.
Hey. Right. Now I'd rather go see. Listen, tomorrow. Well, it's today. I had the opportunity to go see Daryl Hall and Tom Rudkin down here. They're tonight. And I said no because I've seen Daryl Hall lately, and the guy can't sing it. Not that that's bad. He just doesn't sing Daryl Hall way. He has to get around it, and it sounds horrible. I've heard it enough. But
I've never been a big concert goer, but last year somehow, some way, I went to 4 of them. I saw Bon Jovi for my birthday, which was 20 years too late. I got to see Lady Gaga. That was a people watching show more than anything else. The people
and a waiting time. I think she was like 2.5 hours late.
Yeah. Because the show was supposed to start at 7. She didn't hit the stage till 9:30.
Yeah.
There was no opening act. There was no
I'd
opening
be
act.
pissed.
But however,
I'd be so damn mad.
however, though, best concert I saw the entire year.
Wow.
Then I saw Alan Jackson because it was for his farewell tour.
Love Alan Jackson.
Then I saw the Fake Blues Brothers up here in Ardmore.
Nice.
So I mean, I got to take my son to his first concert there, and he saw the movie and he knew who they were. He's looking at me going, "Dad, that's not Jake and Elwood." I'm like, well, one of them's been dead for a while. Okay, so
right, yeah, one's dead. Yeah. By the way, one dead, John Belushi. Did you know that he was slated to be the star of Ghostbusters.
Yes.
Did you know that? Yeah.
In fact,
It's actually called something. What was the name of it? It wasn't called.
Originally it was Ghost Hunters, but then because I guess they didn't like that, but they ended up taking his face somewhat and putting it on Slimer. So at least it made him look a little bit like he was in the movie.
Got it.
That would have been an entirely different movie with him in there doing that. And
I imagine. I wouldn't know what to expect from that.
I mean, he was supposed to be in Spies Like Us. He's supposed to be in Ghostbusters. Chevy Chase and Bill Murray took those roles. So I mean, if had he have gotten rid of the drug problem and moved forward with. By the way, I'm sure he's a big fan of Chicago. Anything out there, so I can only picture. I know. What was it? Me and my son, we were watching a movie called Taking Care of Business with Jim Belushi and Charles Grodin.
I thought it was hilarious, by the way.
Yes. My son loved that movie. Just the idea this guy broke out of jail to go see the Cubs play in the World Series back when they weren't going to the World Series anytime soon. And he thought it was fun. So it was, but I saw the Chicago ad and I thought about that. But I mean, look, I'm a Belushi mark. Unfortunately, I have very little to go on. If you get a chance to watch the documentary on him, though, it's on Showtime.
Yes.
I think Paramount Plus has it now. Go see it. It's the first time ever someone painted a picture of him and not just making it all about the drugs. Because every time you see anything on him, it's always about how fucked up he was. So
you have to admit that was a big part of his life, and it's kind of hard to keep out of a documentary.
It's very glaring, yeah, for sure. Yeah. But once again, it focuses on the SNL stuff. It focuses on the struggles he had making the movies that he made, and then the downhill spiral that he went on towards the end. But once again, it was very cool to see the wife involved with this. Aykroyd got involved with it. Carrie Fisher, before she died, she got involved with it. So, it's very cool to hear. So.
All right, guys, we knocked it out. Apologize to your wife. We got 2 more weeks to go past the 3 hours, Cuervo. So it's like, let her. She I think she kind of has it figured out. So, but TCB, what you got to take care of, next week. What's the best thing for hangover medicine? Just have a little bit more when you wake up. So, hair of the dog, baby. Yeah. Hair of the dog.
Be good.
Well, all right. So that being said, I'm going to let you get back to your wife, okay? Because that is a bit. I'm going to keep this guy right here because I'm going to talk to him about something that's wrestling, and it's not real wrestling. I'm going to talk about something else within wrestling. So I don't know.
Wrestling.
Wrestling, wrestling. Wrestling starts with an R. Wrestling. So wrestling. So I'm going to keep him just for a few more minutes. You get to the wife and say hi to her for me always, and let her know we're AFC West 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'll see if she's willing to make a guest appearance. Talk about them Broncos.
See how deep she's in it. She may just say, "Leave me alone. Go do your show. Leave me alone."
Maybe I don't know. We'll see.
You never know. All right, my man. Cuervo, always good to see you. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you maybe next week, depending on how hungover you are, and we'll do that next week.
All right, you guys.
Cool beans, kid. You got. I'm only going to keep him for a little bit, so. And we'll talk to you soon.
I got nothing to do. Okay.
You don't have anything to do. Shut up.
Exactly.
Yes. All right. So that being said, I'm going to I gotta wait. I think 4 weeks before I do the Stars subscription because I'm going to watch. What's the name of the show?
Heels.
Yeah, Heels. I'm gonna watch Heels all in one weekend, so I'm gonna knock it out.
You're gonna need more than a weekend, sir.
What's it, 10 episodes?
10 episodes. That's 10 hours.
Yeah, 10. So yeah, I'll be all right. Believe me, I don't have a life. I'll watch 6 hours one day.
and there are 2 episodes in this year already. So there you go.
Now, how many is up right now? 2, you said?
2. Yeah.
Yeah, so I need to wait another month before I get into it. How's it looking? Are you liking what you're seeing? I know you watched them. That's the reason why
I
kept
have,
you on.
and the thing is, I remember we were talking about this on Offshoots TV, which probably you can hear every Thursday night on
Right.
Offshoots TV on YouTube. And on
Yes,
Facebook.
I watched last week.
I think my buddy Billy said it best. He said the town is broken because of the death of the dad.
Right.
And they're trying to pick the pieces up left and right. It's a struggling company. There's competition out there that's being asses to them, and they're trying to do what's best for everybody. They got a son who is smart about the business. You got one that wants to be a superstar.
Yes.
And it's just a very broken situation.
Right.
They started off this year, and even though it's been a while since I've seen it, it puts you right back into the same field. Don't know if that's a good thing or not, because once again, you get tired of one thing after another,
Of course.
Because like, look, this is an entirely different subject. I'm a huge fan of the Star Trek Strange New World show.
Okay. I've actually watched that.
Yeah. Well, I watched this entire season, and they did a crossover with an anime character coming into the real life, and they did a musical.
I heard about that. Mm-hmm. That's why I watched, actually. I read an article about that.
Yeah. And the musical one has pissed off half of the Star Trek fans. I loved it because it actually served a purpose for the story, and it wasn't bad. I mean, there was nothing bad about it. Plus, you sealed up a lot of holes that, where we're going to go to a certain storylines. You kind of sealed up a lot going to the finale. So I really enjoyed that. But it's amazing how, especially in social media, how toxic people can get when they don't like something. It's almost like politics and religion, right? It's the worst thing you can talk about on the internet, and it just gets toxic and toxic and toxic. But going back to Hills, I mean, I want to give them credit where credit's due. The people who have trained to do this stuff make it look real. They make it look like
Damon, what's his nose in there, helping him train? He was just over there.
I know Chavo.
Damian Wayne Costal. He's like a second or third in there. Yeah.
And CM Punk has been a part of that whole thing as well. He's bringing in AJ as well. She's going to be a part of it. But I really like where they're going with it. But at the same time, I want them to get there quickly, because this story can only stay broken for so long. I need to see success.
Yeah.
And they got a Ric Flair on the show. That's kind of like Ric Flair.
Yes. By the way, I love the character, and I like the guy who's playing it, because he could star that up more than what he does, but he's also keeping it real, and I think I like that.
Every time I see that show, though, the lady promoter who's helping Jack out, she was Howard Stern's wife in Private Parts. And that's Mary McCormick.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow! I never would have.
What a change! Yeah.
Well, I mean, just hell, even Howard Stern, for that matter, has changed over time.
Exactly. Well, that's true too.
Or even he says, "Hell, my movie's outdated because it's not who I am anymore." So it's like they got a good cast, they got good stuff going. I want to see them get there quickly, or quicker than they are getting now. Because I want to see this. I want to see this little bitty fledgling company have success.
Right.
There's a lot of things about it I don't quite get into with because you and I have worked wrestling shows. We don't just show up to the same venue where our wrestling shows are going to take place after practice, unless it's the day of the show, and and so forth like that. So I mean, there's that, and
I'm trying to buy something. Now I'm having a hard time getting around.
What was that?
Them throwing money around at that big wrestling company like they got it. Okay, listen, say whatever you want about indie shows, okay? They're not loaded with money, okay? And this that other company, coming in doing what they're doing and trying to do what they do. Yeah, I'm not buying. I'm not buying all the money that's behind it. I guess is my problem, and that's my only complaint. And that's the only thing I got to get around in watching this show.
I get that, but you got to think of it this way: their product, I think, is only available through pay-per-view, unless you're there. They do a lot of internet stuff, so they make a lot of their money off the internet. And
supposedly,
supposedly, and of course, us working where we worked at SOAR, we don't get that. So
yeah,
I kind of understand.
And that's probably part of the problem.
And honestly, so I can suspend disbelief a little bit because my buddy Billy Hills, he runs this show CCW out of Missouri, I believe it is, or Tennessee, or Kentucky or wherever the hell it is. And he,
I think he's Tennessee.
He might be, but I know he lives in Missouri. So I mean, they make their money primarily off Fight TV, but it was all based off what they had brokered a long time ago. Because Bobby had asked me about if I knew anything about Fight TV recently, and I was like, no, but I can ask Billy about it.
Look, I got an opinion about that as far as that's concerned.
Look, I know. Well, look, here's the thing. Hills is a good wrestling show if you don't understand the indies.
Okay.
If you don't understand if all you know is WWE, AEW, all the mainstays, right? If that's all you know, you have no idea what's at the lower level.
Right.
And I think a lot of indie guys who watch this show look at it for the bullshit that they're trying to sell.
Right.
I think for fans to really get invested with the characters, it all comes down to what I tell these guys all the time. You got to connect with them. You don't connect, they don't give a shit.
Right.
And speaking of which, I'll be on Referee Joey's podcast here on Friday. It looks like coming up.
Okay.
This coming Friday because he wants to interview the Podfather. So it's only fitting that the Podfather be on another podcast, right? So,
right. Why not, right?
I mean, hey, it works for me. But no, look. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about connecting with the audience. And I think Hills as a show connects with someone like me who loves what I do with the independent scene. Albeit a very small part, I still do it. I think fans can watch that and understand it's not WWE. It's not the main product. You'll have a lot of guys from there on there, but they're playing characters because a lot of them have been there.
Absolutely.
CM Punk, he lumbered away in ROH when they were making money back in the day. Now he's showing up on AEW under the ROH brand, getting some love. I mean, because why not? It all kind of goes full circle for him. But I can't stress this enough for people who are watching now and for people who are interested in professional wrestling is because once again, that's a very niche thing to get into. This never would have worked on a network television program.
Oh, God, no. It would have been shut down after the first episode because they took a long way to get through that episode.
This only works primarily through cable subscribers. So I hope, and once again, Stars is not that expensive. So I hope for $6, people want to tune in to Stars. At least, and by the way, while you're there on Stars, go catch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I saw that not too long ago on there. It's a great movie. I mean, it's a little Tarantino-esque, and I can do without him filming everybody's feet all the time. But that's just me. But
that's just you, right?
I mean, we all have our perks. That's just not one of them. But I think you'll enjoy it. I think if you're going to binge it,
I'm going to spend it. I'll get it done in 1 month.
I will say this. My son and I, because I just mentioned him a second ago. Cobra Kai season 5 starts on September 9th. It's the final season for the show. And we started binge watching seasons 1 through 4 3 weeks ago. We got through all of season. We got through 8 episodes of season 1. Last night we went from season 1 all the way to the middle of season 3. So, and he is hardcore loving the show. Now he's seen the Karate Kid movies. He's seen them, doesn't really remember them, but he's seen them. And plus, the best thing about the show is that you get flashbacks of the movie, so it refreshes your memory. But it makes you realize what really good storytelling is.
Absolutely.
And how you as a kid you grow up loving Daniel LaRusso, loving Mr. Miyagi, but now you're watching it from the other side of the table and going, oh damn, maybe Johnny had a point. You know, maybe Daniel really was the villain. Who knows? I mean, there's a lot to it. Then you realize who the real villain is with Kreese. And Terry Silver comes in. And here's Mike Barnes. You get all these other characters coming in, and you're going, they made it work. And the most genius thing they ever did. And for those who have not watched this, spoiler alert. You know what? The hell with y'all. Y'all can research this all you want. When they brought Chosen back from Karate Kid Part 2 and made him a part of a regular in the last season, he stole the entire series for me.
And that reminds me of when you bring in a character and the character they bring in just overrides everything that you're doing. And I'm going to give you a music example of that. Morris Day in Purple Rain just steals that whole show because of his charisma and what he brought to the show and how he did. And I'll sit here and say, I will watch Purple Rain more for Morris Day and the Time than I do for Prince. It's really weird. And when you get that kind of pickup on a character is great.
Well, I mean, like, going back to music, right? I mean, Chicago, the group Chicago was a great group back in the day, but once Pierce Terry got control of it and David Foster, and they turned love ballads out there to left and right, and they were selling like hotcakes, it turned the band around. The band hated it. But they
took the money, but they hated it.
The money, but they hated the change, right? So, I mean, it is what it is.
Speedwagon, there's another one. I think of that. It's like, oh my God, REO Speedwagon, please stop it. You're a rock and roll band.
Dude, I mean, Genesis did that too. The one from Peter Gabriel to Phil.
Yes, Journey.
Yeah, Journey's had turnover. I mean, and what the Eagles? I mean, of course, the Eagles had lost one of their bassists and lead singers.
Yeah, I don't. But I look at it a little bit different as far as the Eagles are concerned. And I don't even know why, but maybe it's because that wasn't a core for such a long time per se than it was for Journey, REO, and everything else. I mean, High Infidelity just ruined REO Speedwagon for me. It really did.
But it's amazing how much the Rolling Stones still draw.
Oh yeah,
I don't get it. I honestly don't get it because I'm not a big Stones guy. I'm not a Grateful Dead guy either. I mean, but I do have
the Rolling Stones. There's 3 songs that didn't even hit the mainstream that I like better than almost everything they've done.
I do have one story I want to tell real quick before we get going. Decades ago, 40 years ago, wherever it was. My dad and his best friend Jerry Seabolt were at Myrtle Beach. We're all down there doing our vacation thing, and Jerry's down there with his wife, or whatever she was, and he had a few. And so while they're down there, they see this country band up on stage, and Jerry looks at my dad and goes, "Hey, let's mess with them. Let's tell them that we're interested." So okay. So my dad gave them a business card. Said, "Hey, we're interested in you. Want to sign you? Well, we work with so and so company." Because they worked in the music industry forever, right? So this band tried to follow my dad and Jerry around all night long. And my dad and Jerry kept escaping them just because they're playing a joke on them. You know who that band was? Alabama.
Wow, funny.
I know.
One of my favorites. I wish I could see him in concert, but they're not touring no more.
I looked at him going, you could have had Alabama money. Really? It's like
Alabama. Yeah.
Well, the funny thing was when rap music really took over in the mid '80s. I mean, as far as like the TJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince and Run DMC, the Beastie Boys, all of them, they were coming to Texas Stadium to do a big concert, right? And my dad's music company was putting it out there because they own the sponsor for the whatever, I don't know what it was. And my dad looked around. He's like, this rap music might not last very long. '80s. However,
right,
there's this kid over here, Will Smith. We should really, really take an interest in him. And everybody there looked at him and go, "This shit ain't gonna last very long, man. Not to hell with him. He gonna be a loser when it's all over." Will fucking Smith. Now, but before he started smacking Chris Rock on stage, this guy became a huge freaking megastar. And
I won't do
it
that.
was such a missed opportunity. Once again, that's why I stay in wrestling the way I do right now. These are opportunities that I'm taking full advantage of until I can't do it no more. And
Right.
I'm not getting in the ring, throwing people around because that's not my job. I do a better job when they're not looking. So I mean, I think for those who are, and believe me, my first passion in life was football. Well, much
Right.
like you, right? I was a big football fan. 1983, I can remember everybody on the Cowboys roster. I had the poster in my room, all that crap. But as football has changed over the years, teams have changed over the years, ownership's changed.
Wrestling's changed over the year.
The wrestling changed over the years. So it's what you still take out of it that you can really have that impact with it. And I think doing your show, doing my show, doing various shows that can talk about these little passions that we all got is really cool. You see behind me, I'm a big movie fan. I'm very stuck in the 80s as it is.
I get it. And 70s with Jaws.
Yeah, sure. But by the way, I saw the Meg 2 last night or yesterday.
Yeah.
The only saving grace that movie has that we saw it in 3D. The story itself, everything about it was a monster movie. It was shitty.
Of course.
I was like, it's like my bar is set so high on shark movies because of that movie right there. So,
and really the bar shouldn't be set that high based upon what it really is compared to what they could do today.
Well, I mean, movies like USS Indianapolis, which is kind of a takeoff of the movie Jaws,
right,
was really good. Open Water, I thought was really genius.
Open Water. But the funny thing is, I remember going to see this with a girl I was dating, and she, all through the movie, she just kept looking at me like, "Why are we sitting here watching some people hang out on in the middle of nowhere? Why are we watching this?" And I say, and she said, "We could have sat through the first hour and 20 minutes of joined in after the hour and 20 minutes of it and still caught it." I said, "You missed it. You missed what the story was about."
I mean, like Deep Blue Sea was okay. Kind of
yes
now, but I mean, then Sharknado came out and that just ruined it all for everybody. And
of course.
Then I'm looking around, and by the way, for those who know Michael McCurdy, send him all the shark pictures you could send him. Okay,
there you go.
He hates sharks, but they got one called Sand Sharks. They got one Ice Shark. They got all these different shark movies, and I'm like, this is such shit. And
what was the one with Samuel L. Jackson?
That was Deep Blue Sea.
What was it?
Deep Blue Sea.
Yes. He was the best part of the movie.
I mean, he gave a great speech until the end, literally until the end.
Yes.
But I mean, like I always get a kick out of that kind of stuff, and of course, having all that we've done together in wrestling and everything else. I mean, so much to take away from all that. The memories, we got them on YouTube. We can watch our stuff, and we're not watching the match; we're watching us. So I mean, it's fun. Even my wife, who I'm somewhat estranged from right now, she saw the video that I posted. She's like, "You're just a mean person." I'm like, I don't know you speak of that. I mean, really?
Really? Good. I mean, that means I did it right.
It's like, it's fine. Sorry. Better I do that there than at all.
And I hate being in the public forum, and I'm just going to say it. Please don't go. Please don't go. Store Championship, please don't go to Fight TV. It's not going to solve your problems. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I think you found somewhere else. I think like title match.
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, but
it might be it's something that might be better suited for it because unfortunately they're going to get lost in oblivion over there. And the reason why I watch about 7 shows regularly on Fight. So it's just like I'm afraid they're going to get lost in oblivion, and it's not going to. They need to be a place where they might be able to take it over, and it might be the place you just mentioned because I've heard of it.
Well, I think if it was me, once again, it's not my money to mess with. The power of YouTube can be really useful if you do it correctly.
Do it right.
Yeah.
Well, just look at some of these other people that are doing it right.
But I think like using Patreon can really help out. I think putting full matches on a service with commentary, to help make it look like a real show, because that's always been kind of our little problem with putting these shows together. Everything is everything's a puzzle piece, you know. You
Right.
got film, you got our sound, you got this, you got that. You got to put it all together the right exact place. Not everything you put together as far as video and our audio is ever matched up to what they're doing. But it's pretty damn close, but it's never really been exact because you hear the slam, then 2 seconds later there's a slam on TV. You know,
Yeah,
so
I hate that.
I mean,
Drives me nuts, and that's usually I'm looking at the original and it doesn't do that. It happens somewhere in the upload to where it gets there, and it's you're like, damn.
There's a service we use at Texas Pro Wrestling. I think they still use it. I can't even think what it's called now, but basically it all runs through your server that you have, and you have 3 or 4 camera phones, and that's your iPhones to film the thing. And it's very cool the way they do it. It's just a matter of getting the right person to film that stuff. And you can have a director back there switching places to where you want to go.
Exactly.
I find
I know the service you're talking about. I just can't remember it. We used it in indoor football. We did that for replays and stuff. I just can't remember the name of it.
Right. But you know, like I would take all 3 of our video footages that we got, and I'll try to piece it together as best I can for
So
my
hard.
for my moments, right? Because I'm only doing it for like 10 seconds of my stuff. Man, trying to do it for the entire show.
Oh no! Believe me, I did it for many years. It's just like God.
It's tough, right? And especially when you're
Yes.
cutting and pasting everything, and sound doesn't match up in one area to where it matches up with the other. So there's an awful lot like that you got to kind of go through. But once you get that, then it's all well and good. So
I hope, and you know me, I hope the best for Bobby and Sword Champ. I really do. I've never had a bad thing to say about them ever. But I don't want them on Fight TV because they will get lost. So I hope they find the answer. Okay. And let me just say, I don't know what the answer is. Okay. But I know it's not Fight TV. I hope that the way that works out. And because I always want success for Sword Championship Wrestling. So.
Well, we got people here. You've been on the air for 4.5 hours, sir.
I know. I don't have a life, so that's the reason why I'm on the air for 4.5 hours. I don't. Well, yeah, a wife. Yeah, that's it too.
But
or the wife I do have knows that she's not going to get these 4.5 hours.
Well, you know what? If anything, check me out on Thursday nights on Offshoots TV on Facebook.
I do. You're my white noise, man. I'm telling you.
And also go check me out on my interview with referee Joey here coming up this Friday. Looking forward to talking to him.
Put that on your page so I can catch that.
Sure, I'll do that. So I'm out.
All right, get out of here, and we'll get out of here as well. Always good to see you, Trey Mack, the Podfather himself, and always good to see him. So have a good one. We'll check you later. And what we're going to do, we're going to get on out of here, everybody. Hope you have a great that. And again, the reason why we're on for 4.5 hours is because I don't have a life and I love talking sports. So if you love talking sports and you want to hang out at any time hang out with old Sonny. We'll bring you on. We're going to, again, next week, don't forget about next week. Tom McManus up on the Couch Potato Sports Show. He's going to be here. Now, what we're going to do to get out of the show, to even make it a little bit longer, we're going to go to part 3 of my interview with the Eagle Eye Bill Serna, as he's talking about what he's doing on the 30 and 30. If you want to catch the whole interview without cut, let me know. I'm going to put it up within time, but this is part 3 of that interview that will get us out of the Couch Potato Sports Show. Join us next week at noon. Tom McManus, Cuervo, all the misfits of the Couch Potato Sports Show. Enjoy part 3 of the 30 and 30 with Bill Serna. We're out of here, everybody. Bye-bye. So when is the next airplane trip? I know, you do most of this by, renting a vehicle, putting they must really love you, thousands of miles on a rental car. When's the next time you actually hopping on the plane?
Well, so far I've only taken one. I've taken it from Minnesota to Detroit. So August 17th will be my next flight. And I fly from Atlanta to San Diego.
All right. So hitting the West Coast.
Yeah, and then I hit the West Coast for about 5 days. And then on the 21st, I'm in Arizona. And then I have a red eye that night to New York to come back and watch the Yankees.
Oh, wow. So cross-country day kind of thing.
I have a total of 3 cross-country trips. I have Atlanta to San Diego. Then I have Arizona to New York, and then I have the long one, which is Tampa to Seattle.
Gotcha. All right, now this is the most important question.
Okay.
Because I've been who's got the best food? You've been to a lot of them, and I've been seeing you eat. Now that's probably where I'm a little green. You're getting all the food. You're probably sick of eating. Probably, I don't know.
You know what?
But
I went down here to the riverfront here or Bayfront here in Boston, got some seafood tonight, so I could eat something of substance because nachos and hot dogs and everything else. So the best food, it's hard to tell because East Coast is more of your traditional things, your hot dogs and your nachos and your popcorn. And when you get to the newer fields, and especially like the West Coast,
they have sushi.
you get sushi and tacos and those type of, and brisket nachos. So you know what? I really enjoyed in Toronto last night. They had this foot-long hot dog that was it had grilled onions on it, and oh my god, the thing was so good. So, but I've had a little of good stuff at all the stadiums so far. Really.
Yeah, I think I would probably get sick of eating. Yeah, it's probably, I know that, look how big I am. You go, Sonny, you're full of it. No, I probably get sick of it because I'm on this kick now. I got to have some vegetables. Sometime during, it's just, I need some vegetables, so I would think I would enjoy this for a little while, then get really sick of it. And I'd have to find a place to sit down and eat some food. So,
and that's the way I was when I the night before I went to Toronto, I stayed in Buffalo, and I thought, I need some dinner. So I actually went to, of all places, Texas Roadhouse.
There you go.
Because
you can't miss with that place.
I wanted a real meal. I wanted to be able to, to get some vegetables and get a baked potato and have a salad.
Yes.
With my 16-ounce steak.
Of course.
But so yeah, it was nice to have that. But yeah, I think right now I'm counted on 7 different stadiums with nachos that I've had. So having a day off today was actually kind of a good thing.
Yes. So you got the Red Sox tomorrow. You're going to be in New York for the Mets. Where are you after that? Because I know you go to Atlanta. Are you going directly to Atlanta?
No,
there's got to be a game in between.
Yeah, I have a game in Washington with the Nationals,
right.
and then I'll go to Atlanta, and then Atlanta I'll hit all the California teams except for San Francisco. I'll have to come back later.
Yeah, I kicked that one a little bit later. So
yeah.
So yeah, I see. Congratulations, by the way. This is really what you're doing. Not for you. I mean, but what you're doing for your cause, for Camp Hope. I know that they are getting the benefit of this as well. Now you're also taking. Have you been able to take people at every game, or has that been hit or miss depending on?
Yeah, it's been hit or miss trying to get veterans to go with me. So far, I've had 4 games where I've had veterans with me.
Gotcha.
So I'd like to get more. It was really cool on the way here to Boston today, driving from Buffalo. I stopped at a service center, and there was a convoy of military people. Wow. And so I had a nice chat with them, told them what I was doing, asking them where they were from and what they were doing. And it's just amazing to talk to them. And I talked to one kid, his name is Jason. He was from Connecticut, and you would thought he was 17, 18 years old, but he had been in the service for 4 years already. So
wow.
It was really an honor to be able to talk to them. Every stadium you go to, they always acknowledge a military person. Sometimes they'll have veterans stand up. Gives me a platform to talk to them if they're in my area of where I'm sitting. So that's been such a huge plus on that. And yeah, it's nice to have the interviews and people want to talk about the baseball, but I love when I get a chance to talk about the PTS Foundation and what we're doing for these veterans, not just at Camp Hope, but throughout the nation at our different branches.
You catch Bill Serna on the 30 and 30 on Facebook. It's the only way I do. You're learning TikTok, so you're becoming a TikTok phenomenon.
Okay.
Yeah, how's that going?
It's going pretty good. Matter of fact, when I got off this interview here, I'm going to go do another one. But I have two girls back home, Shannon Packerin and Jamie Engel, that's been doing all the background stuff.
I know those names.
You probably see them on the post, because what I do is after every game, when I have to get on the road, I send them all my video and images I take at the game, and they post for me. So they've made this so much easier. They help me with the guest suites. They help me with interviews and get me. I've actually done interviews in cities that don't even have teams, but they want to do some interviews, which is great. So they've been the backbone to everything that's been going on.
Hey, man, it's a good thing. You got the good backbone. I got the eagle eye sitting on the right side of me calling the game. You got the ones helping you out, getting this squared away. It's fantastic. Teamwork, good stuff. And hey, congratulations, by the way, for what you're doing for Camp Hope. I think it's a great deal. And if anybody in the country, when he's in the area, he might just end up on your TV screen with the newscast over there as far as that is concerned. Bill, have a safe trip. Always good to see you, my friend.
I appreciate it. We're 13 days in, 13 stadiums, got 17 more to go.
Yeah, enjoy. And most of all, be safe. And hopefully all goes well. He is Bill Serna. He's the Eagle Eye Bill Serna, sitting on my right-hand side when we're calling the games. And, oh, by the way, we start kicking this thing off week number 1. We got to get you, if you want to, get in on the picks. And get your email. I'll send them off, sign up, get you on the picks. We're going to have a trophy this year. I just ordered the trophy for last year. We were going to do it one way. We switched it, so we got it all set. But we're going to have a trophy for the winner of it. So see if you can do it. And see if you. Well, everybody seems to be able to beat me for the last 5 years. So there you go. You're in pretty good 4 years. 4 years. Right. I don't want to push that one. So it's good to see you, my friend. Good luck on the rest of your trip.
All right, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
He is the Eagle Eye. We'll be back here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. Quick, brief message. When we get back, it's back to football.